Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? How we all doing? Today is the final episode of the Dagger only run. We got arena bosses. I should be able to get them all defeated. There are 19 in total. I've got a feeling we can get it done. Going to unhotbar the Rondel Dagger, and I'm going to go with health potions instead. Just in case, we're going to unhotbar this dagger as well, and to go with Panacea. What's up, Letter? How's it going? How's it going? We'll do Chersonese, Hallowed Marsh, Antique Plateau, Desert, and Mercur Caldera. At least in my head, that's the way I want to do this. I think everything is pretty repaired. I need all my foods, and I need good potions. I think I have enough varnishes. I got enough dark stones. That's good. Let me grab a couple more health pots. Do I have any more? I don't have any big ones. What's up, Voltage Knight? How's it going? How's it going? My first time watching one of your streams? Dude, you're in for a good one. We got lots of arena bosses coming up. Lots of good fights, man. So for the first fight, I need the raw alpha meat, the raw jailbird meat, which I have. I need the brand materials. Where are those at? Mage poking stick. Blacksmith vintage hammer. Alchemical experiment. Which is usually towards the bottom. There it is. Or chemist's broken flask, sorry. To get into the mantis shrimp, I need 6 of these. I'll bring 7 just in case, because trust me, you don't want to forget. Then I need damage potions. Let's bring 3 of these. 3 shimmer potions. And 3 resistance potions. Might put me overweight a little bit, yeah. Alright, we get the varnishes. I need lightning varnish for the first fight. Zorn's dagger, probably. Okay, I need to buy more tartines. Yep. Let me drop off a couple of these. There we go. Alright, let's get the tartines out of the way, and then we should be good after that. Where's my water at? There it is. Yeah, the Chersonese area is the worst because you have the highest weight, I think. So it'll be a little bit heavy till we get over to Brand. What's up, Ambiguous? Randy, how's it going, guys? You ever considered doing a flamethrower only run? I mean, it's potentially an interesting run. The only problem is that that's kind of boring. As compared to a lot of the other builds that we could do, it's just because you're using one attack and one attack only. If we were to do something like that, we'd do Lantern only, which would give us access to the throw as well. One skill for the entire game is just... It's too long of a game for me to stick with that, unless it's really something super interesting. You know what I mean? There's that. What else do I need? Actually, doesn't he sell really good food? I think he has health.
Can I help you?
Yeah, Ocean Fricassee is really good. I'll buy some of those. And then, do I have any meat for healing? I have some, not a bunch. Should probably get a pot to cook that too. Or no, I have one in my house, don't I? I do have one in my house, I think. Yeah, you don't have an alchemy kit, but you do start with a cooking pot. What's up, Far Cry? Everybody ready to finish off the outward run? I'm pretty excited. We'll go Trog Queen, Squire, and then Mantis Shrimp. And we got a dagger for each of them. So Manticore will go with Squire. We'll go Zorns for Trog. Then probably Gilded Shiver for the Mantis. Gilded Shiver is going to wreck the Mantis. Will not stand a chance. I did have raw alpha meat. I'll take that. Don't mind if I do. Make a couple more of those. Alright, that'll get us through this area for sure. How much am I over? I need to drop probably any of the extra garbage that I have. Let's go put the money away, see what we're at after them. Shiver me timbers. What's up, Brucey? Put that money away. Put the bird mask up. We're done with that for the run, I think. Don't need 3 antidotes. What about stamina pots, guys? Am I good on stamina pots? Those aren't necessary, but they are nice to have. I've got plenty of water. Let's go ahead and move another water skin to our pocket. That might help. I don't need that many bandages, probably. Alright. I guess outside the fight, I'll drop a couple of items. That way I can lower the weight, and then I'll jump in. And then as far as the dagger goes, I think I want to back up as Vampiric. Vampiric is backup, so I can get some healing if I need to. That's kind of a good idea. Sheen, may we please have a stats, skills overview before we leave for those who didn't see everything? Yeah, I could do that real quick. Let me get over here and I'll do that real quick. Need what? Water and my food. Okay. Yeah, let me do that briefly. Let's see. So, the build is a Damascus weapon for an extra 25% damage for all of our skills, which includes the dagger slash. We've got a variety of daggers. Zorn's is really good. Red Lady's, Gilded Shiver, those are the 3 best. We've got Taunosaur with a little bit of barrier on it. Zagus armor with the enchant making me resistant to burning by 100%. We've got the Scholar Boots for a little bit of mana regen from its enchant and a slight cooldown. As for the skill trees, we went Rogue Engineer, Hex Mage, and Cabal Hermit. And then in Caldera, we took Heroic Kingdom for the 15% to all damage, and the increased HP and 15% extra physical damage from Caldera's passive. From the arena in Caldera, we got Patience, increasing all of our dagger slashes and attacks by 30%, which is huge. Literally any of these skills do 30% more damage, which is great. And then we also got, I think it's Unsealed, decreases our HP by 25, increases sigil casting speed, and makes it last 20 seconds longer. So for the overall build, our plan is to cast Blood Sigil, get the Blood Leech applied, and then just attack and stay alive. No blocking, so that is a little difficult, but I think for arena bosses, it should work just fine. What's up, Cyber? What's up, Numb? Believe I have plenty of water. Let's do this thing. I'm guessing the unenchanted daggers don't have useful enchants. Yeah, daggers actually have really sucky enchants. There's a couple really good ones. I think Rondel probably has access to the best. Obviously, you can turn it into the Vampiric through an enchant. And then Zorn's dagger has the AoE enchant. But most of them just get a... I think it's... increases decay damage, which obviously I do not need. It'd be okay on the Manticore dagger, but it's just okay. I think. I believe the Militia dagger gets plague damage, but it's not very good. I had thought about enchanting them, and there was just too much work. I was out of sample materials anyway. No reason to waste the time on it. No reason to waste the time on it. Trog Queen up first. Zorn Dagger with a lightning should be plenty. The only thing is I don't know if I should go for each of the individual Trogs first, or if I should just kill them instantly, because I could just apply Blood Leech to several and then be immune. That's an option. That's an option. Screenshots, do you have any tips for Outward? Because I suck at the game. I have lots of tips. I've made many, many videos on tips. Learn the stagger system, man. It's the biggest tip I could give you. Learn what skills stagger the best. Learn how stagger works. That's how you get good at the combat. And or just cheese everything with magic, because that also works too. Most daggers get Midnight Dance, but if you get really good ones like Unsuspected Strength. Yeah, the Rondo gets the Unsuspected. It's really good. Insanely powerful. What's up, ZapQ? Shouldn't have to kill too many enemies. There he is. Double check that we have the meat. Raw jewelbird meat. So what we need to do here is I need to sleep to get a tent buff, because I don't have that. And we'll leave the tent down, and then I'll pick it up when I come back out. I just need the buff, doesn't matter. What's up, Schnonkers? Is the dagger build finally taking on unknown bosses? Yes, sir! Why do you have Scholar Boots? I enchanted them for a mana regen. That way I didn't have to worry about it for the Blood Sigil. That way, mid-combat, we can cast another one if we really need to. That's interesting. I didn't turn my character. That was weird. Okay. Let's do the basics, and then we'll do the damage stuff last. Let's see. They do mostly decay damage. We've got the Panacea and the health on just in case, because it is pretty easy to get inflicted with that status here. What else do I need? Lightning, maybe fire if we need it. We've got Zorns. Let's go lightning varnish. Get some really good healing here. It's the best I got. Shimmer potion, and then I think we're good after that. Do I have enough for the blood sigil? I think so. Ready? Here we go. Yeah, so it has very minute mana regen from the enchant on the Scholar Boots, but it's enough that, like, over time, I never have to worry about the mana. Here we go. As long as we can dodge the initial cast of the poison bombs, should be okay. If I can just hit them. So far, easier said than done. I got Blood Leech on one of them, not the other. So damage is really good. There we go. There's double Blood Leech, I think. It's the green trogs are so annoying. There we go. One green trog out of the way. Let's get maybe him out of the way. I could probably go for the healers, actually. I don't think the mother trog has seen me. She's not doing anything. Well, the AoE damage is pretty solid. Can't say I hate that. Keep going. Get him down. Alright. Just me and her. Yeah, what is going on with her? She's not moving at all. Blood Leech. That has been applied, so she's going to take damage over time. We'll parry it. It's not overly difficult to dodge her attacks, usually. Run in a circle. I might be able to stagger if I'm really quick about it. One more. There it is. Look at the Blood Leech decimate her health bar. Absolutely destroyed. Probably not going to get a backstab, but we could get one if she went to heal. Nah. Easy. Easy, dude. The worst part is just getting rid of the group. As soon as the group's gone, 1v1, they just don't stand a chance. That holy explosion, though, dude. The holy explosion is just... It's in your face the whole time you're doing it. Wow, that was crazy. Okay, that was about as good as I thought. Lightning damage, AoE's pretty solid. We have a solid build for them. I've been absolutely loving this run. Not using a main hand weapon and blocking has been super rewarding to watch you overcome some obstacles. Yeah, that has been probably the most fun for me too. Is I've said this before, but the way that I play Outward, I mostly block. Probably about 90% blocking. Because, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but just the way Outward's combat is, blocking is much more rewarding. You can stay in close, you can counterattack quicker, and usually you can punish your stagger windows way, way better. So dodging is always the worst option, except for against some enemies. Like beast columns, technically dodging is okay if you know how to do it right. And a couple other enemies, but yeah, that's been pretty cool, trying to find other opportunities where maybe I shouldn't be blocking as much. That felt easy when she wasn't ganking you. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Usually, the Trog Queen will jump in for a little bit. She won't melee much, but she'll still chase you down. I guess she didn't see me because of the stealth. Kind of odd. She just kind of stood there. Alright, guys. Next up, we got Brand. Brand Squire. I need all 3 of the items, and then I'll go get the sword. Just picked up Outward roughly 2 weeks ago due to watching one of your videos. Played roughly 100 hours of co-op with my mate so far. 3 factions down, about to do our 4th, and then try the DLCs. Awesome. 4th as in, did you save the Sorobor faction for last? Because that's what I would assume most people would do. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That was crazy that as soon as I applied the Blood Leech, the Trog Queen's health just started going... just slowly draining to nothing. Just slowly draining. Crazy that when you do a trap-only run, you have stealth buff to help you. Yeah. I mean, you'll need it. You'll need it to set it up initially. I would think. What's up, Zushini? Have you tried a indirect damage only run? Like enemies dying from environmental damage and stuff? No, I don't think it would work very well. None of the bosses in the game can die from environmental damage. Everything else can be avoided, so it just doesn't work for Outward's combat very well. I mean, you could... I guess the blood turret technically counts as indirect damage. So you could just spam that, but it's kind of boring. There's a lot of challenges like that. Like the summon only. Technically, pure summon, no melee whatsoever, is doable. But it's just spamming blood turret. It can carry the game for you. But it's very boring. You don't really get to do anything. Actually saved the Blue Collective purely due to my mate choosing locations by name. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's crazy. I chose Blue Chamber first, but fair enough. Blue Chamber's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun one. The passives are great. You guys did... I always wonder how people do that. Like, if you play co-op, do you guys... do you play one person's world and then the other? And then beat the rest of the game? Because that's how me and my brother did it, but it took forever. We would beat the faction, and then beat the faction on his world to get all the buffs, and then play, but it just takes so long that way. Oh, you were saying you won't have the stealth buff. I guess that's true. You won't have the stealth buff because you need the skill that lets you reuse the traps. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I mean, stealth is very, very helpful with traps, so that might be difficult. Dang, I gotta walk all the way up this mountain. That was such a weird encounter, because I felt like as soon as I walked in, things were not going well. And then immediately just, I killed everybody. The second that you get the in with the dagger, feels like an assassin playthrough, you know? You're like, I can't do anything, but when I can, the whole game is dead. The first faction I ever joined was Holy Mission. Yeah, mine was Blue Chamber. I remember very distinctly. I don't regret it at all. I still think it's one of the better first factions. Holy Mission isn't bad for the buffs, but doing all the quests can be a little confusing. We're actually only going to do 4 runs for the faction DLC achievement, then do a hardcore playthrough. Oh, doing hardcore. Good luck. Hardcore is not that bad overall as long as you're constantly buffing. But if you get a little bit too eager, then you get into trouble. My brother, the way he played, he was very, very just gung-ho about it. So we would never actually do a hardcore together. Because he would definitely die at least 15 times. He's like, I only got 4 buffs. I'll just go in for the fight. I'm like, you're not ready for that, but okay. Trog Trapper is the only one I've seen that worked in endgame. Can Trogs use traps? I guess they could. Mine was heroic. Blood tax is awful, and I'm not religious. Yeah, the blood tax is pretty bad. Pretty bad. What do I need? Probably warm. No, I need a tartine too. Hello, what are they? Rock Mantis. Hello, Rock Mantis. Which way are you facing? I believe he's facing backwards. This is by far the most powerful dagger in the game, by the way. I think it is better than Gilded Shiver if you actually get the enchant going. Strange Rusted Sword. Now we can take that, combine it with Vintage Hammer, Mage's Poking Stick, Chemist's Broken Flask, and craft Brand. And then we need to sleep an hour in order to get the stone to let us in. Should work just fine. We haven't done any bosses or mini-bosses yet. Always seems kind of AoE that takes us out so far. Oh yeah, AoEs, those are tough. I think AoEs are difficult, especially on your first couple runs, just because you don't know when they're going to show up. That's the worst part. You don't know when they're going to show up, and they're very, very difficult to avoid with blocking. You have to get out of the area, you know? That can be kind of tricky. So, for Brand Squire, we want Manticore Dagger. Do I need to take the extra barrier? Probably not. That gives me a stamina buff. I need water. He does basically every element. I know for a fact he does fire, decay, cold. I don't think he does the other two. So it's just those 3. And then I'm going to go ahead and use a fricassee because it's really good food. Probably a dark varnish. Just go full on dark damage for this guy. Take our resistances. I feel like that's enough buffs. I think I took everything. What enchant? I don't remember the name of it. It's the only unique enchant the Zorn's Dagger gets. Watch out for the fire wave. There it is. Place down a blood sigil almost instantly. Okay, we immediately can survive attacks because we've got that lifesteal. I think going for a parry here is a good idea. I was wrong. Or I could tank damage because he might not be able to do too much to me. I can outweight you, buddy. I already got that poison on there. Not overly difficult to dodge either. It's just that he constantly dodges my own attacks. Nope. Look at that health drain. Come on. Let me attack you. Thank you. I'd love to get a backstab on any of these bosses. I don't see it happening, though. Not unless I fully get a stagger. That would be the only way. Our damage is just so good. Our damage is a lot better than the Merton run. That run, bosses were taking a long time. Yeah. Absolutely destroyed. Never stood a chance. I would agree that Blood Sigil is way too OP. The Dagger Slash thing might literally be the strongest thing in the game. Again, the more health the enemy has, the easier it is to kill them. Which sounds so bizarre, but that's how it works. I question who found out that bringing 2 raw jewel bird meat to the Trog Cave summons that boss. Yeah, that one's a crazy one, dude. And that's probably actually the most annoying one to do. Because you have to walk across the whole world for just one fight. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Bran Squire is very weak to decay. If that wasn't obvious, I think it was. I think it was. Next up, we've got the Elite Shrimp. Shrimp, weak to cold. The only problem with Shrimp is he doesn't walk towards you, so I'll probably have to bait him into the sigil. Unless I could walk up and put the sigil next to him. That might actually be doable, because we could place it so quickly. Might work. Might work. I think the lightning enemies, I could just go Gilded Shiver right off the bat. It's got enough durability, I think. Red Ladies has a lot more durability, though. I thought durability would be a huge problem in Caldera because you can't repair at a blacksmith until you make it. Well, it really wasn't because we really didn't need to fight that much. We fought every cave once and then did minimal sample farming and we were done. It was pretty quick. Close to a condensed video. Yep. The last bit of footage today, and then I'll get to work on it. This one will be pretty fun. We got a lot of stealth moments and a lot of absurd damage moments. Come on. Nice. Now that guy just gets to live forever with his buddy dead. Yeah, I think this will make for a even cooler video than the last one. The Merton one was kind of awesome, but the way totems play is a lot slower. So you don't get that instant satisfaction. Versus Daggers, which is, to be fair, the early game with Daggers was super, super difficult. We had to be really careful about everything, and our damage was bad. But past the mid-game, we were trashing stuff. Did you get Cruelty from the arena bosses or nah? Cruelty? I gotta remember which one that is. I have Patience and I have Unsealed. I never got Cruelty. Cruelty would have only boosted our Blood Leech. And I didn't feel like the negative status was worth it. Loved watching this playthrough. Who was it? I can't remember. I did a poll one time. I've done a lot of polls for Outward runs, actually. And Dagger was always one that was on there, but it never fully won. And people were, like, commenting and saying, oh, dude, you gotta do the Dagger run. Finally getting around to it. I feel like it's been an entire year since people started asking for it. Way too long. Somehow I just kind of kept not getting around to the Daggers. Which is crazy, because they got a lot of cool options. I mean, Gilded Shiver, Rondel, Vampiric. Their entire arsenal is pretty solid. They've got some stinkers, like Glass, Smoke are not amazing. But overall, they've got some great stuff. I think if you sneak from far around, sigil on the shrimp's back. I could do that because if I remember correctly, the shrimp doesn't see you when you first enter. Because he's got such a big arena. That could be possible. I might try that. I feel like the no man hand elevated it way more. Oh, yes. Yeah. The no man hand definitely should have been a thing, and I think was required, because without it, really would not have been a challenge run. If you could just hold block and dagger slash at any point, it really would be too easy. This was kind of perfect. This was kind of perfect. He has a far line of sight. Okay, so I have to roll to the side, probably. I gotta kill all these guys first, though. What are they weak to? Ethereal? That should do the trick. Oh, you know what? cold damage would actually boost the shiver. I'll use that too. Time to sneak. This cave right here was the absolute worst in the early game. This cave sucked. But not anymore. Haha. Now it's a joke. Kind of thought that one would see me. Gotta dodge it twice, though. It's a nice spear attack you have there. I don't care. I remember you struggling to do this cave. Yeah, no, this cave went really poorly the first time. It went really poorly. I just could not do enough damage. I'm pretty sure I left and came back because it was that bad. And I very rarely do that. Then I gotta come up here and kill this guy so he doesn't get in the way. Which I could probably sneak around the bubble. Oh, there's a block on the back end. I can get behind him. What? Almost one-shot the big guy? That's crazy. That's insane. Alright, let's check how many boxes I have. I believe I have enough. Yeah, I brought 7. I believe you only need 5. So, I've got the Gilded Shiver. That's what we're gonna go with. Movement speed potion might be good here, actually. At some point, I'm gonna need to cure corruption. I don't know when, though. What else do I have? That's a decent stamina. It's probably not the better stamina, though. Alpha Sandwich for the Enrage, and then I gotta use Focus. That's my only way of getting Discipline, which is unfortunate. Let's go Cold and Lightning. Don't think he does Decay, but just in case. Shimmer Potion. Let's go with that Ice Varnish, because that is what he's weak to. Take that. Is it cold in this arena? Let's take a Weather Defense Potion. Alright, duck, turn the light off, enter. That's when you enchanted the Rondel. Yeah, we enchanted the Rondel in Chersonese because I needed it that badly. I do remember that. So, in theory, if we roll all the way behind him, I can put a Blood Sigil, backstab, and then go for the Dagger Slash. Hopefully he doesn't see me when I pop the sigil. So lock on. I'm inside his shell. 3, 2, 1. Alright. Yeah, he did get out of the sigil. Right here. Got it. There is the Blood Leech. Now he's taking damage over time no matter what. It's not overly difficult to dodge this guy, I don't think. Ouch. How much healing do I get back? A good amount. A really good amount. Look at the health bar. Look at that health bar. Oh, yeah, dude. How much health does this boss... Dude, I can't speak. How much health does this boss even have? I'm actually really weak to lightning, too, because of corruption, and I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at all. Ooh, look how much damage I took. And then instantly healed all the way back up. That's crazy. That one you need to iframe, though. Don't get hit by that. And goodbye. So, moral of the story for this build. We take a lot of damage. We also dish out a lot of damage. A little bit of both. A true DPS machine. 3.5 HP. 3.5, not bad. 3,500. Not bad at all. Do I have bandages? I do. There we go. That was with the resistance too, though. I had that resistance potion on, I think. I did half of my HP and then instantly, whoop, healed. Crazy. Chersonese is done, folks. These are really quick. These are going by really, really quick. Let's go do... Let me think. Which one do I want to do? Howland Marsh? So let's go Howland Marsh. Probably start at town so I could get the tartines and all the items. I could do triple giants and the giant first, and then go Taunosaur. Yeah, I'll do Taunosaur last. That's just the best way to do it, I think. These are some of the fastest for sure, though. Why don't you use Mana Ward when you use Cleanse? I don't have it. I don't have it. I never bought it when I went to Philosopher at the time. Or when I went to buy Warrior Monk. Because in the early game, I had limited funds. So I actually had minimal skills. I didn't buy all the extra stuff. Check my rations. I think I have enough. I do. But yeah, I don't have the Wind Infuse, which I could potentially use as well. And I don't have Mana Ward. Which, yeah, Mana Ward, if you use it before that, cancels all the damage taken. But I've just been taking the damage. It hasn't been that bad. Hello, you. I'll say the other thing that's really nice about the daggers and the way that we played this is think about this for a second. If you were to do a spear or a great axe or a hammer only run, you would have one weapon, maybe a second weapon, and that's it. Because daggers all weigh 1 pound, except for Zorn's. Zorn's weirdly weighs 2. It's the only one. But they all weigh so little that you could carry around a bunch of different elements and then just swap to the maximum damage option. And then just go for it. That's a huge advantage. Daggers kind of... They feel kind of basic on surface level, but they have so many advantages. They could use a varnish. No other offhand weapon can. They are light. They're very fast. They get dagger slash. I mean... Are they the best offhand weapon? I don't know. Pistols are pretty good. Pistols are pretty good. I'm not sure. What is your guys' favorite offhand weapon? I don't know what mine would be. I feel like mine is a shield, just because I like the shield gameplay. I like how up close and personal it feels with all the stagger. But I think dagger is definitely stronger. It might beat guns. Fully maximized, it might beat guns. Lantern? Okay. Okay. I mean, an honest answer, at least. Okay, I guess I'll just go past them. Mine's the Chakram. Chakram is a beast. Chakram is a beast. I do like that as my offhand option. The reason I don't think Chakram's my favorite is just because it's hard to use in a build. I feel like if I make a Chakram build, I'm making a Chakram build. I'm not just throwing in an offhand weapon. I think with daggers, you could easily just throw it in. If you really wanted to. Yeah, especially guns, too. But I don't know. Okay, so let's go to town. We gotta buy, I think it's 6 miasma pod. I gotta grab 10 obsidian shards. And I gotta grab... What's the other thing? I gotta grab 10 firefly powder. I love the pistols with a frost bullet. Ooh, I am a frost bullet fanatic. My favorite. Offhand has to go to dagger for me, but all of them are pretty great. Yeah, it's interesting. It'll be interesting how they do outward, too. Because, I mean, basically everything becoming an offhand option. How's that gonna feel? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like double chakram, if it's possible, I want to try it. If it's possible. Pistols are the easiest to make OP. I feel like that's true. I feel like that's true. Dinos are weak to cold damage. Imagine that. Offhands are mostly just about situational diversity. The more offhands, the better. I think overall, if I had to kind of just put a list together, the best offhand single weapon in the entire game is probably an obsidian pistol. It's probably an obsidian pistol. You need a single bullet. You need basically one input and you get burning, which burning will kill most early game enemies, and it'll do a lot of damage to everything except for the horses. That thing is really, really useful. Chimera. I mean, Chimera pistol's also good, but the Obsidian I feel like is better if we're just talking straight up for fights. Chimera is pretty great, though. Elemental vulnerability right off the bat. I haven't used it like that in a long time, just because it doesn't fit in the challenge runs. That's pretty nice. Double Chakram. Someone has Amalur. Yeah, Amalur on the mind. Yep, double Chakram and Amalur is pretty sick. I really hope we get something like that. There's no way it works like that, but it'd be cool. Be very cool. You call them horses, but they look like goats to me. They do have goat-like horns. I guess it's just the way that they're designed. They look like horses, except for the head. Whoa, what happened to my buddy? He doesn't seem to be alive anymore. I smell something afoot. What could it possibly be? I don't know. And you'll never know. 20 decay resist on a single set of boots. That's not bad. I'd say either Obsidian or the cannon with the scatter shot. Ooh, yeah, that's right. Cannon. Cannon pistol's also pretty amazing. I've called them deer in the past, but I believe they're fire horses, is at least the idea. Maybe they're deer? I don't know. What happened to your friend, sir? You just hug their back, they cannot catch you. Look, their line of sight doesn't work that way. Just to sit right behind him. The Marsh Bandits, I've wiped them all out. Just backstabbed every single one. It's kind of awesome. Ornate Trauma. Yeah, Ornate Trauma enchant on the... What's it called? I can't remember what pistol it is. No, yeah, the Ornate... It's called Trauma. The enchant is called Trauma. It goes on the Ornate pistol. Dude, that thing is awesome. I was so surprised by that run. That's probably the craziest run that I've ever done, though. Is the pistol run? I still think so. Because I don't understand. I really don't. I don't understand how every single pistol we picked up was just super good for the situation we needed. Astral Pistol was applying the debuffs. Chimera Pistol I didn't even get to use. I know that one's good. There were so many good options. Imagine if you had 8 quick slots. Now double the 8 quick slots. You have 16 in total. Imagine how many guns that you could fit on your hotbar. Just go. Boom, swap. Boom, swap. I mean, everything would die. You would be able to walk through the game with no effort. That'd be kind of awesome. The pistol run was the inspiration for your Sister of Battle run. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, that was one of those runs where we got to arena bosses and we're like, oh, this is going to be really hard. And it wasn't. It wasn't. I think 2 or 3 of them were very difficult. The Trog Queen mainly. But the rest just got smoked. It just got smoked. There's a mod for adding slots. What's up, Don? Yeah, I do know about the mod. I do know about the mod. Sheeny didn't do the true gun mage. 0 ammo, only mana. That's because I like the ammo. I like the lightning bullet. That one wasn't something I used a lot in the late game, but mid-game, it was super useful. Lightning bullet's kind of awesome. I like the idea of, oh, hey, I have a gun, now I step into someone else's lightning sigil, and now I just have lightning bullets. That's pretty cool. That is a really cool idea. Double pistol in hour 2 will be fun to try out. Oh, dude, it is. That was one of the things I tried in the playtest already, and I was like, wow. I was amazed. I didn't get to try the skill, because I just couldn't get enough money to buy most of the stuff, but The regular damage was pretty good. What's your favorite NPC in the game? I would have to say Oliel. Oliel has been my pawn in Dragon's Dogma 2, and the online version. She has stuck with me throughout the various games that I've played. I'm a big fan. Oliel is just that kind of gal. Let's chuck all those in there. And grab my money. If there was a weapon master skill for pistol, what would you want it to be? A weapon master skill for pistol. Reload faster. Make all your pistols reload faster, but you have some whatever debuff. Probably reduces your stamina, I would say. Because you need to run for pistols. Was money harder to get in Hour 2? Yes. It wasn't necessarily that it was harder to get, it was that everything costs so much. The backpack that costs you 25 silver in this game cost 1,000 in that game. Or no, that's not true. It cost 100 silver in this game. It cost 1,000 in the sequel. They kind of had the economy all over the place. I don't think that was set in stone at the time. So that was really goofy to work with.
Can I help you?
I want that, and I want this as well. How much health do I have? I have probably enough. Mine's the Barrel Man. Barrel Man's pretty funny. Pretty funny. The game is supposed to come out on your birthday, too? Oh, really? Still glad they're taking their time to make it better. Yep, releasing a buggy mess is the best way to kill a game. So, I am glad to. Obviously. Tartines! Did you try to find the trader backpack in the beta? Yes, I did. Yes, sir, I did. Now, guys, we need to restock up on potions first and foremost. So we always want to have 3 of every varnish. That is the most efficient way to do this. We'll go 3 of these. 3 of those. I need shimmer potions. I don't know how efficient those are, but there's something. I need those. I'm missing 1 lightning, 1 dark, 1 ice, and 1 ethereal. What else do I need? I gotta get 10 obsidian shards. I've got to get 10 lightning powder. And then I need miasma pod. Do I have the money still on me? I do. So we need, I think, a total of 7 miasma pod. Let me drop those obsidian shards. Those weigh a ridiculous, truly a ridiculous amount. Those should not weigh however much they do. I think it's 4 per piece. No, 2 per piece. Two per piece. Dude, come on, get out the way. Get out the way, bucko.
Can I help you?
Miasma pod. We have 3. How many was it? Was it 5 I needed? I can't ever remember. I think it's 5. We sleep 3 days. Should be able to get the rest. Could try and repair one of my daggers that I need. I need ice for the Taunosaur, ice for the giants, and then fire for the triple giant. Does that sound right? Think so. Barrel Man was such a silly addition, just like the dancing bearded lady. The dancing bearded lady, I don't even know, like, what is that? It's such a weird one. Such a weird one. Sheen, you should do a pizza chakram run. I've thought about it, but the thing is, dude, that thing is so bad. It's so bad. If chakrams had a good enchant that could go on that chakram to make it a little bit better, I'd be more inclined to, but they don't. And so it would just be the longest uphill battle of all time. Deals no burn, has no status effect, Deals 16 physical, 16 fire damage, which, in case you're wondering for Caldera, might as well be doing nothing. It is so unbelievably weak. Iron Key run. If I do a one-handed mace run, I am doing the Iron Key run, yes. That is my plan. And then we will largely focus on probably varnishes for that build.
Can I help you?
Miasma pod, let's go. But yeah, the Iron Key run is something I want to do. That is some weapon that I've never been able to use just because it's not that strong. Well, the idea of using it's kind of funny. That's another one that could have been given a unique enchant. The Iron Key. The Kingdom Hearts build. Yeah, I don't know what the build would be, though. I don't know much about Kingdom Hearts. Oh, jeez, dude. Obsidian shards weigh way too much. Way too much. I guess I'll just go fill up on water a little bit. Actually, we can make it to the Giants Village like this. Should be able to. Ah, silver. I could drop that. That weighs a decent amount. That weighs a decent amount. Telekinesis is a good enchant, in my opinion. I like the stunts. See, I'm on the opposite end. I don't like the telekinesis enchant. I don't think it does anything. For chakrams, it's okay, but I still don't feel like it does much. I don't hate the idea of it existing, but it being the only chakram enchant is kinda lame. Kinda lame. Two of the skills would have to be Warrior Monk and Kazite. I mean, you'd have to go Kazite Spellblade, right? For the Ice Throw, you'd have to. I would assume so. Let's see. Big Giant. Triple Giant. Taunosaur. Triple Giant, usually a problem. I feel like with this build, as long as we apply the Blood Leech, I should be able to live. I don't know. We'll find out. That weighs an extra pound and helps. Now for the walk to the giant camp. I feel like the giant camp should also have the caravaner in it. After you talk to, or like maybe after the faction quest. It'd be nice to be able to teleport over there too, randomly. The Squire chess piece, at least. The Squire chess piece, I don't remember if it's any good. I think it was okay. Hi. I'm gonna keep on walking, thank you. Oh, it's so fast. More like I'm so slow. What happened? For the aesthetic. Does work, probably. I've not used many of the boss arena sets. I've used the Squire set the most. Or not the Squire set. What's it called? It's the shock armor. The shock armor is actually pretty sick. You get extra impact, and I think good impact resist. So all of your attacks just knock enemies down really quick. And then you're immune to lightning damage with the full set. Has very high lightning resist. Is this a hardcore run, by the way? This is not a hardcore run. I've done away with most of the hardcore runs. I've already done like 5 of them, so I've just kind of been doing normal after that. But we have not died at all yet. It has been a no-death run so far. Favorite boss armor is the Pilgrim. The Pilgrim is also quite good. I like the Pilgrim set. I've never been able to use it on a build, though, because I always swap it for something else, but the chestplate's crazy good. So then it is a hardcore run. Yeah, I mean, if we don't die, that will be a win for the hardcore run. Like I said, I've lost a dagger character twice to hardcore. So if we can manage to not die this run, that'll feel pretty great. Obviously, we have some really tough bosses ahead, but it's always possible. It's always possible. The thing with hardcore that I wanted to maybe stop doing them is that when I play hardcore, I optimize the armor. And if you're optimizing armor, it limits stuff you can use. Like, if I was optimizing this build, I would never have used the Taunosaur mask. I would have used something with a lot more defense. Same with the boots. I wouldn't have used these boots. But I liked the combination. I think it was more fun. Just not the most optimal. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the obsidian shards. Guys, do not let me forget I dropped these here. I need that. But I'm going to drop those there so I have extra weight. This is a giant. Giant is going to be weak to cold. Which means we kind of just auto-win because this is going to do crazy damage. The boots look out of place compared to the rest of the outfit. They absolutely do, but the stats, man, are beautiful. Actually, I need water really quick. I'm completely out of water. Which should be right over here. But yeah, I agree. I think the boots we could probably swap to something else better, for a little bit better fashion, but I love the enchantment on him. Alright, here we go. What did I take? I took this. That gave me that buff? It did. This guy does lightning damage, decay damage. We are going to do fire damage and cold damage. I don't have enough mana. Yeah, fire and cold. I'm not going to do any physical damage, but that's fine. I'll take that anyway. Let me see. Always go fire varnish for this guy because he has a lot of health regen. That's my theory, at least. Well, I know he has a lot. That's how I always counteract it. Let's go this guy. 3, 2, 1. I always keep a scholar circle it with the rain on me. It weighs nothing. I've heard a lot of people do that. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Ready? Here we go. We gotta bait out lightning and then place the sigil. Shouldn't be too hard. There we go. Ah, he needs to be in the sigil for the dagger slash. I forgot. Don't get hit by lightning. Lightning doesn't feel good. Here we go. Oh, I missed. I missed. No, I hit him that time. I hit him that time. Now we got the blood leech. All right. So if I can apply burn, that's the goal at least. Parry? I'd like to go for one if I can. Could have parried that. I don't want to though. Now parry. Dude, I can't parry a lightning ball. Go for it. Oof. That was a close dodge. He's at half health. The lightning balls make him so much harder to dodge. Like, look at that. Just dodge right into it. Dude, I'm just gonna eat the decay. He is camping hardcore. Now you're going down to get these dagger slashes in. We're ready for that. Got him, I think. DOT damage. Nice. Very nice indeed. Do I have another mana stone? That is my last mana stone. Probably not the best since I have to fight the Taunosaur, but it should be fun. Yeah, some of these enemies are a little bit hard to move in just because I'm trying to lock on after I pop the sigil, but not too bad. All the fights are really quick. They don't look perfect because it's just so hard to find the right opening, but they're all very quick. I would have to say if you're ever actually struggling with these arena bosses, it seems like the blood leech thing is the key. This is easily the best way to fight them. You don't have to try that hard to deal your damage because at least it's there and you're getting that health back. Try Mana Ward in the Blood Sigil. Mana Ward in the Blood Sigil kills you. That is not a good idea. That decreases your HP. What else does it do? Increase your cold damage? Maybe. I would, but I don't have the Mana Ward, unfortunately. I could have bought it in town. I forgot. Whoops. So, for triple giants, we're going to go with Red Lady, I think. Because they are resistant to cold damage. What even is the difference between this boss and the Giant Priest? He has, like, triple the health regen. He's got 4 lightning balls instead of 2. And he has a lot more health. That's about it. But yeah, he has triple the health regen. It's kind of his main gimmick. What do I want? What do I want? I think I have everything I need. I could probably sleep to get the other buffs. Should I do that? Maybe. Let's go Gaberry Wine to help with the physical defense. That's probably a good idea. Let's go Enrage on that. Fire damage is best here. Yes. Shimmer Potion, as always. Did I take a Marshmallow and Tartine? I believe I did. So this is actually a running fight. I think I'm going to take a Marathon Potion. This is a really big running fight. Double check I took one of those. Here we go. Here we go. I would say I think your hardest fight was the MK Golem because of the lock-on. Yeah, that was the only boss that I wasn't able to hit very easily. Ready? Triple Giants. Put down Sigil immediately. Okay, we're good. Now we need to find just good openings to attack. Right there's one. I got both of them. I got both of them. Let's go. Okay, so they are taking overtime damage. Now so is that guy. Look at my health bar. Instant full HP. Probably don't need to dodge as much as I am, but makes it look a little bit better. Oof. It does burn your health still, so you don't really want a bunch of burnt health. Get out of there, get out of there. The music is so bugged in this fight, and I don't know why. Never been able to figure it out. There's burn on 2 of them. Still got the blood leech. I'd like to reapply it. Maybe right now. Dude, this fight's crazy with their extra reach. There we go. Big guy's got the extra blood leech now, for sure. Get out of there. DOT damage kind of carrying. Fire ran out, though. Why is that? Dude. Gotta get this medium guy out of the way. He's annoying. Are they still taking damage? I can't tell. I think the big guy is. I don't know if I hit the medium-sized guy with it, though. That's so hard to hit him. Go for it right now. Dodge. Parry this. I hit that guy and not the medium-sized. That was kind of funny. I thought I was going to go for the medium guy. There we go. Probably 2 attacks. And he's toast. I did forget a weather defense potion. So I do have a cold, but luckily we have a panacea to cure that immediately. That fight's a mess. That fight's such a mess, dude. The thing is, even if you do play with lock-on most of the time, lock-on doesn't help you there. Because you just are fighting 3 separate targets that are sprinting all around the screen. Okay, there's another one. Next up is Tonosaur. Tonosaur is the next one. Their strategy was dull. Their strategy is always dull. That's not my favorite arena boss, honestly. You want my honest opinion? That is not my favorite. I think it's okay, but just the idea of a triple giant with insane reach is that's super interesting.
Hello, my friend.
Mana stone, nope. Well, unfortunate. How much corruption do I have? I have 48%. Is that enough for a single boss fight? Probably. Probably. I don't really like it, but it is what it is. Another one bites the dust, yeah. Really cutting through the competition. -1 health per second. Increase frost, decay, and physical damage by 15%. Ooh, Gilded Shiver. That'd be pretty good on. That would have been pretty good. I haven't used that the whole game, but that actually would have buffed our damage decently. That's okay. We don't really need it, but that's interesting to know we could have got more damage. Why are the Giants' voices so creepy? What's up, Philip? They are a little bit creepy, I agree. Leywilt gives +4 protection. How's that a bad thing? Leywilt does not give +4 protection. Leywilt gives +4 barrier. Leywilt also increases your mana costs by an extra 40%. So it's a really good thing for melee builds that are not using a lot of mana, but it kills mage builds. Absolutely annihilates them. Unless you have, say, -99 mana cost or something. How's the Zorn enchant? Zorn enchant's pretty good. I'd say it's probably the best dagger in the game. After it's been enchanted. Here's the thing. It does less damage than Gilded. It's still after the enchant, but it does more impact, I think. Because of that AoE. You don't see me. No, I almost had it. Boop. Now you're alone. Goodbye. I think it does more impact. I could actually take a look. I think Gilded Shiver does 40 total. Zorn's does 38 total, but it doesn't show you the AoE damage. Because the AoE actually affects impact as well. So it is still a little bit better. Is the Zorn enchant a Soroborian or Caldera? It is a Caldera. So if you want to use it, I recommend you Legacy Chest it, because it's very, very fun, but you cannot get it till the end of Caldera, because it's the Enchanting Guild, which is one of the harder ones to make. So I'd absolutely recommend just doing that. It's a little bit simpler. You need a little bit of water. Oh, I have to fight Taunosaurs, don't I? Yeah, that's fine. Shouldn't be a big deal. I think I rolled too far. Yeah, I assumed that was going to happen. This is one of the worst hills in the entire game. It's just really bad for stuff like that. And they love to sit on it. How much damage we do? Good damage, not amazing, because I don't have any buffs active. 1. There's the second attack. See that impact, though? That impact's crazy good. Yes, a hit. Goodbye. The only thing that I have noticed about the Blood Leech is that if you take a ton of damage, it's weird. Your burnt health starts to build up rather quickly. I didn't expect it to do that. Does the AoE apply Leech to multiples? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works. I think you have to hit the actual initial hit. Let's go with a cold. I have a cold varnish. I might as well use it. Make these guys die a little bit faster. Did you take the shards? I think I did. Yeah, I have them. There he is. Kinda saw me there. No, I got around him. Dang, that was pretty close to a one-shot. That was pretty close. Maybe with the lightning boon I could do it. I'm not sure. Oh, lightning boon and discipline. Let's go both. Now I definitely one-shot, right? Where is the other Taunosaur? I know you're here somewhere, buddy. Okay, maybe he's not here somewhere. Where the heck is he? There's 2 Taunosaurs in here. There he is. There he is. All the way in the back. Still not a one-shot? Ah, I thought for sure we had it there. I thought for sure we had it there. Catch you later, Nightshade. Yeah, I had to get on a little bit later tonight because it was supposed to rain here, so I'm like, oh, I'm going to wait till the storm's over to stream, but it never rained, so I was teased for no reason. Skeleton! Now we get to oh, lock on. Attack both at once, in theory. Look at that, double hit, too. Wow. Just wow. Actually, do they drop mana stones? Because that would be convenient for me. I don't think they do. Nope, doesn't look like it. What about the chest? I need like 2, 3 mana stones? Man. Oh well. Burning Men. Burning Men might drop them. I think they can. I think they can. They're all the way back here. Think they saw me. Yeah, there's no... Dude, this is such a small room. I almost had it, but I got too close to their line of sight. Come on, you two. Wow. That's unbelievable. And I am immune to burning. Okay, so here's the thing. Usually this fight sucks, but we've got Sang-Froid on the chest plate. Sang-Froid, 100% burn resist. In theory, should make this fight a lot easier. I don't know, though. I don't know. Because the problem with this fight is that the Taunosaur is going to back up every time we swing the dagger, and the dagger's problem is already reach, so I don't know how we hit him. Obviously, we're going to be gunning for that Blood Leech, but that's really my only plan. I don't really know how to hit him that often. Not sure. There we go. Crazy how the glowstone dagger has practically useless for the enchant. Oh, before the enchant. You're talking about Zorn's dagger? Zorn's dagger is pretty good if you're looking to use an actual lightning build and you're fighting enemies weak to it, but outside of that, yeah, it does fall short just because Red Lady outclasses it by a lot. Does a lot more stagger and damage. Thankfully, the enchant exists. Okay, Taunosaur. That should be Gilded Shiver. Here's the thing, though, you gotta remember. Gilded Shiver, when equipped, gives us the best possible damage against fire-based enemies. It also makes us weaker to fire-based enemies, because we get negative 15 resistance to fire, which is pretty bad. But we can easily heal, so I don't think it's horrible. I'm willing to work with that. I've also got Panacea in case we get bled. Got some tools here. Yeah, really the only thing doing damage is going to be that bleed over time. I can maybe take this. I don't think he does anything decay-based. Let me see. It's going to be an ice varnish for sure. And I'd like a Gaberry wine. The thing is, stagger isn't super important here. Take that potion. Or that's a food. Did I already take the shimmer? I don't think I did. That's a damage boost. There's our resistance. And I believe a running potion would be good. Marathon. What are we looking at right now? Ah, one more. Not that one. Weather defense. I think it's hot in here. Now we enter. I'm pretty sure it's very hot in this arena. You'll still take fire damage, but you can't catch on fire. Right, but catching on fire is the worst part. Is there a dagger that does extreme bleed? All daggers do extreme bleed if they have confusion on the enemy and you parry them with Serpent's Parry. Outside that, yes, the one that turns into Palladium at the beginning of the game. I can't remember the name of it. But there is an early game one. Ready? Taunosaur time. How'd I know he was going to do that? Maybe because he always does. So I think no lock-on, bait melee. Yep, that's the problem. The trick is here hitting him one time. There we go, we hit him one time. So that's a good start to the fight. I think I could dodge into those, actually. That's not... Ooh, he has hitbox problems. That's not good. Maybe rely on parries a little bit more. Yeah, dude, the backstepping is going to be brutal here. 2, 3. Oh, there's no way to hit him. Daggers don't have enough reach. They legitimately don't have enough reach. Go for it. Yep, I can't hit him. I'm going to have to let the Blood Leech do most of this. To be fair, I kind of expected that, but... I legitimately cannot hit him. There's one. It's very, very hard to do, but possible. The AoEs are better. I might have to reapply the Blood Leech, though. There it is. Half HP. This is still a lot better than most Taunosaur fights go. Let's be honest, the Elite Alpha Taunosaur is one of the worst. Yeah, I missed. Kind of saw that coming. Fire Breath, I think if I angle it right. No, I still missed. Yeah, there's one. Very, very tight angle that I can barely hit it from. Right there? Nope. That's so tricky. How do I know when Blood Leech is gone, though? That's the problem. I guess it does have a bleed effect. Aim for his legs. That's the key. Aim for his legs. The front of his body is inaccessible. Right here. Ah, that's the trick. That's the trick. It works. Very nice. Oh, it didn't work there, though. I wasn't on the side enough. Come on, Blood Leech. Do your thing. That's a Fire Blast. 1, 2, 3. Ah, I just can't do it. Parry. Got him. Got him with the parry. So disrespectful. One of the worst arena bosses in the game. Horrible. The constant backstepping is obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. Holy Rage Bait boss? No, dude, that's crazy how much he was backing up. That's crazy. Every time I swung, dude said, input read? Input read? What's that? Oh, yeah, input read. Calm down, man. Calm down, man. Okay, that is 2 regions. Chersonese and Swamp are done. I say we go Harmattan. So go back to town, go Harmattan. And then we go over to probably the desert. Probably the desert. Did this have anything good in it? No. No, it did not. I find it easier to beat him with a bow or a pistol. Pistol builds. Load up a lot of Icy Shot and just go smack the dude to death. It's like 5 shots and he's almost dead. That's the best way to do it. Melee builds are absolutely horrendous. Some of the magic builds are pretty good. I think Magic Ice Sigil build is pretty solid. But that's the other problems. Like, Wind Sigil actually isn't that good just because he backsteps out of that too. At least your mana push will be doing something. The input read is only when you're locked on. No, it's actually when you're locked on or locked off. They do it either way. It's just from your attacks. As long as you're in their line of sight and you hit the attack button, they can input read it. The thing is, most enemies don't have a heavy reaction to input reads. It's usually just humans. That's why people have the most difficult time with human enemies. And then it's Taunosaurs. Those two will input read you for heavy dodge moments or backsteps. Very annoying. But that's why I've always said, you know, Caldera enemies are some of the toughest in the entire game. But for a lot of these challenge runs, unironically, Caldera's the easiest place. Because in Caldera, nothing's sidestepping me. The enemies are so big that I never miss my attacks. Things like that. It's weird, but it makes sense if you think about him. The only melee build I beat him with was the Kelvin Great Axe. Kelvin Great Axe is pretty cool. I have not used it much. I have not used it much. All I can think of is Elden Ring when someone says input read. Elden Ring input reads pretty badly. The thing that's weird about Elden Ring, though, is they don't input your attacks. They input your heals. In Outward, they input your attacks. But in Elden Ring, it's like every time you go to heal, the boss goes, yep, I need to start my combo. It's a very frustrating mechanic to learn. But you can get around it if you're just careful enough. That's actually, it's kind of a funny concept. If you ever watch any speedrunners or really good players at Elden Ring, the less you get hit, it's going to sound stupid, but the less you get hit, the easier the boss is. Which sounds like, duh. Like legitimately, the movesets are easier to dodge, because when you heal, it's just, you're stuck in an animation. You just can't do anything about it. Outward, I really don't. Inputs in Outward really don't bother me for the most part. It's tricky sometimes. I think the Elite Alpha Taunosaur is the absolute worst case of it. I'm trying to think of another one, but I can't really. Brand Squire. Brand Squire does dodge a lot of your inputs, too. Not overly bad, though. Elden Ring has very heavy input reads for throwing weapons and range attacks, too. Oh, really? I never used a lot of the range stuff in that game, so I wouldn't know too much about them. All I know is in the DLC, when I went to beat that, every time I went to heal, the boss goes, aha, I killed you. I'm like, come on, bro. Come on, dude. Almost there. I need my mana stones back, please. Actually, I think I have corruption potions too, but either one is fine. I don't think I've had to pop more than 1 or 2 blood sigils per fight. I think it's just been 1. No, Trog Queen I used 2, I think. Kelvin Great Axe is pretty cool, pun intended. Ha 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 ha. Nailed it. What do you think about Ice Sigil Battle Mage, Hermit Philosopher Speedster, Blue Hat? Ooh, that could work, dude. That could work. I mean, I wouldn't really use Togebakusit. I'd probably just go the Ice Staff. I guess you could, but the Ice Staff would be so good like that. Spamming your abilities with the cooldown. And you can actually still use Alertness with staves, because it still works with Probe. Not a bad build idea. Full Cryomancer? Cryomancer sounds kind of cool. The Cryomancer build. Cryomancy's awesome. You can't do it in every game, because they don't always give you enough ice abilities, but it is fun. Mana stones. I need 8 of those and probably more bandages. More bandages. Where are my linen cloth? There they are. That should be plenty. And now I need more dark stones, to say the very least. I can do more once I leave, but to go 14 in total. What else? What else? What else? I needed one more thing. Ah, a potion. There we go. Very nice. Now we can go to Harmattan. I think I have enough foods. That should be fine. And I can sell some stuff here. Don't need all these materials. Not at all. Pretty much just an elemental discharge without the sigil. Oh yeah, if you're not doing sigil, yeah, I guess you could do that. Did you read my last message about shields? Kevin, I don't think I saw it. Where was it? Giving enemies infinite stamina does not help that issue. That's the only one I could see.
Greetings, friend.
I didn't see it. Shields do not have slowdown and chill as debuff. Oh, your comment. Yeah, I did read that comment, actually. Yeah, they don't have chill and slowdown, which, I mean, isn't too big of a deal. Did we really need that? I don't think so.
Greetings, friend. Yes.
Harmattan. These are some fun bosses right here. In my mind, this is like the Sub-Zero archetype. Oh, you're doing the Togebakusit with it for Sub-Zero roleplay? That's kind of cool. Yeah, that could be pretty cool. No idea what Cryomancy means, but it sounds... Oh, Cryomancy is just ice, basically. It's like full-on ice build. It's a Cryomancer. Ice Mage. What do we need? Of course it's snowing. It's always snowing here. Cannot catch a break. Ah! Scary. Cannot catch a break. Let's go probably Immaculate's Bird. Here's the thing, guys. Immaculate's Bird's going to be pretty bad. I don't think we have a way to debuff him. We don't have a way to debuff him. Blood Leech, in theory, goes through his defenses. But I don't think he only has 100 HP, so Blood Leech really shouldn't take him down that quickly. This is a fight I need a lot of damage for. I'm guessing probably just go with the poison. I could just go physical. I think he's less resistant to that. Or I could go galvanic, inflict pain. That's the idea. Let's go galvanic. As long as we have some upper hand, that's probably better than nothing. That's probably better than nothing. What do I need for him? I need 2 potions. I need 5 tourmaline for the other guy. And then Buzu's the enchanting one. So 5 tourmaline. I need alert potions. Where are those at? Here they are. And now I need to reset on all my other potions. So I need 3 of these. 3 of these. This is the easiest way to do it, I think. Just reminds me. Some of those. 3 of these. What else do I got, guys? I think I have enough weather defense. I do. I'm running low on fire. I'm running low on ice. Yeah, weight is a problem. What can I put away? Obsidian shard. I don't need that. Yeah, that many mana stones is excessive. There we go. Could I maybe carry another water skin? Yes, I can. Alright, Immaculate's Bird, let's do it. Does Extreme Bleed stack with the Blood Leech? Wouldn't that drain their entire health bar? Yes. Extreme Bleed is separate from Blood Leech. Is a separate thing, so you can apply both to the same target. I guess inflict pain and then parry him, you're saying? Because, yeah, Serpent's Parry's the one that applies that, right? Targets will be inflicted with extreme bleeding if they have on pain. Okay. That's a strategy. We could do that. It's kind of hard to parry him, though. Slowdown's still better than crippled. 10-second debuff. The 10 seconds what's killed it. It kills it so bad. And I like the slowdown buffs. I think they're okay. It's just 10 seconds? Ugh. Unless you have extreme buildup to apply it constantly, that's pretty low. That is pretty low. It is very cold. How is that enough? 42 cold resist. That backpack looks great with the build. Have you tried Buzu backpack with the fashion? This backpack does look really good. I think it's because it matches Zagus really well. And no, I have not tried the Buzu. I have the scaled satchel, but I never made the Buzu. I just never crafted it. The thing is, when I play the game, if I ever have Rogue Engineer, I immediately discredit all the don't impede your dodge roll backpacks just because I don't like the redundancy. I like to get a passive if I can. Because mainly because you don't really get to wear a lot of backpacks a lot of times. You have to drop it constantly and or just go for Buzu. So I like to wear something that I can't always use. I'm not sure which I prefer, Glowstone or Wolf backpack for this build. Wolf might have been better. It's quite stylish. It would go nicely with the boots, though, that's true. The green on green. That might make the set match better. Because the Taunosaur mask kind of feels green to me. I know it's gold, but it feels like it would go well with the green armor. I got my pain. Here it is. Yeah, I got pain on the dagger. Backstab applies it. How many do I need otherwise? It's 2 attacks. 1, 2. Okay, 2 attacks for this boss. That should do it. Excuse me. Yeah, you deserve that. You deserve that greatly. Wait for it. Yeah, I think that'll work, guys. I think that'll work. That's our strat for this boss. If I miss the parry, I'm completely screwed, but I think I can do it. What's up, Basque Master? I love your gameplays. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for watching, man. Thank you for watching. Why do they take damage from Blood Leech when they don't have blood? Yeah, that's a valid question. I don't know. That is a valid question. I really have no idea. It's kind of weird. Very nice, though, because if that works on the Elite Beast Golem, that'll be great. That is probably my second least favorite boss. The Elite Beast Golem. That boss is just... ugh. He's more than doable with a lot of stamina, but the dodging is going to be rough. I think I said last time, do we dodge left? I think that was the strategy to avoid him. We dodge left instead of right, and then the mouth attack that he has just goes right past you. I think that's another boss where if you just don't lock on, he's slightly easier. Oil's blood, I guess. Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what we gotta go with. There's the Immaculate's Bird's Cage. See what we got. So we have to take this. This is unfortunately gonna make us very weak. In terms of defense, it is. My skills will come back by then, so that's good. I'll take probably some healing. I need better healing foods. I'm kind of weak in that department. What's the best element? I feel like decay? Probably fire for DOT damage? Let's go fire. I don't really like any of it, but it's the best I got. Discipline, I already did Enrage, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Do I need the others? He might do slight lightning damage. I can't remember. Shimmer Potion. Then I could probably start taking big pots. That way I get all my mana back. Hold on. I forgot about something. If I remember correctly, we can sneak into this fight. It worked last time, but I might have had a stealth buff. I don't know if I do this time. I don't think so. If I get the backstab off, this is an instant win. Ready? He didn't see me. He didn't see me! Yes! Now we just need to get behind him somehow. There he is. Backstab for the pain. Yes, it did work. He just didn't take a lot of damage. So now we parry. Now he's bleeding. Pop the blood sigil. He's bleeding and on fire. I hit him. So he has 3 different DOTs. That should be doing okay. The main damage, probably not great, but if I reapply pain, it should be okay. There's 1, 2. So now I could hit him. If I can. There it is. Yeah, that's doable damage. That's doable damage. Goodbye. Only 100 HP, but 90 resistance to, like, everything. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright. That was a lot better than I thought it was going to go. The Galvanic Dagger, folks. Not an option we used very often, but when we needed it, she came through. She's a must-have for dagger builds, for sure. Oh, is it 300 HP? Maybe I was slightly under. 300 HP, not 100. That's a little bit better. That fight was about 45 seconds. I feel good about that. I feel good about that. That fight can be really quick, or it can take 25 minutes. It just really depends. If you have a bad build that doesn't debuff, oof. That guy's a rough fight. Wouldn't Perfect Strike one-shot him? Perfect Strike does come close to doing most of his HP. I don't think it has the ability to one-shot, but I do believe it does most of his HP. I think I used that on the mana run, if I remember correctly. No. I don't know what run I used Perfect Strike on him. Ready for this? The damage. That is absurd. He has 70% resistance to raw damage. Oh yeah, I forgot he's the only thing in the game that has resistance to raw damage. Or one of two things, potentially? It's still really good against him, because 70 resist is a lot better than 80 or 90. Alright, let's go left, go all the way down to Buzu. I think I have everything enchanted. This is... and then, yes, if I wear glowstone, I have everything enchanted. It was the Great Axe run? Ah, okay. Gotcha. Oh, no, guys, the best build by far for the Immaculate Bird was the infinite skill cooldown Czar Claymore build. The skill only run that I did, dude, we crushed the Immaculate Bird. I think I hit him once and he died. I can't remember if I one-shot him or two-shot him. It was really bad. Moment of truthed him and he just wiped out. That was so crazy. Without taking Exalted, because Exalted on the Rune build was pretty busted, but without taking Exalted, this is probably the second highest damage build I've ever seen. At least for arena bosses alone. The arena bosses are just dropping like flies. Great Axe was my favorite video. I wasn't here for the stream, though. Did I stream the Great Axe run? I don't know if I did. I can't remember. I don't think so. I think I did the bow run and the Great Axe run off stream. I streamed the magic only run. And then I did the next two off stream. Yeah, I did the challenge Great Hammer and the Great Sword runs off stream as well. Because I wasn't able to stream at the time. The rest of them have been on stream, I think. Dang, this is a bit of a far walk, isn't it? Good thing the snow isn't that big of a deal. I haven't used the Vampiric Dagger even a single time. What kind of a boss fight would it be good against? Maybe Elite Beast Golem? Maybe. Elemental damage is still better there, though. Possibly Crescent Sharks. I could maybe throw it on for there, because it's a DOT fight anyway. Nah, that means I need Manticore Dagger. I don't know. I don't know when to use it. Its main feature is just getting that health back, but I need to pick a fight where I know I'm going to take a bunch of damage. Possibly Gargoyles? Actually, maybe Grandmother, because Grandmother is a goofy fight. You could take a lot of damage in that fight. Might be doable there. We'll have to see. I still think Manticore Dagger would probably be better there, too. Oh, dude, I just thought of this. Grandmother fight. Whenever the NPCs get back up, can you backstab them before they dodge? If so, you might be able to just insta-kill them as they get up. Or at least do a bunch of damage. I'm not gonna buff. Don't need to waste this stuff. 3, 2, 1. That was awesome. I don't want to waste that dagger, so I'm going Vampiric for the moment. Now we'll swap back. The summon fight would cost you 5 blood sigils, so that would be a good idea. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of blood sigils if I do it that way. The stream I remember was the magic only with the Necro run and the Merton only. Gotcha. The magic only run was pretty sick. We had a lot of people there for that one. That is arguably one of my most popular videos, actually, is the magic only run through Outward. That video did exceptionally well. I'm not surprised. Checking out magic in a game that you weren't ever able to check out the magic much in is pretty interesting content. Okay, should be able to enter. I can. So the Elite Buzu is weak to lightning damage. I believe that's the only thing he's weak to. He's resistant to ethereal, I want to say. Yeah, magic only was the sigils. It didn't originally start out being only sigil, but the build that we created ended up just being all the sigils, so that's all we used. There's... What damage does he do? Lightning and ethereal. Do I need cold damage? No. Shimmer potion, and I should be okay. Should be okay. He's weak to fire? Oh, is he really? I didn't know that. Maybe I should have gone that. What if I can sneak up on him? Let's try. I doubt it, because I think he spawns too close. The Immaculate Bird spawns a little bit further away. That's the only reason that worked. How much is he weak by fire? It's got to be only 20, right? 20%? Dodge roll? Perfect. Yes, if you sneak and dodge roll immediately, it is possible to somehow get behind these bosses. Doesn't feel like it should be, but it is. That did a lot less damage than I expected. There's that blood leech, though. Let's go for a parry. I feel like I could do a parry here. Parry was a bad idea. Parry was a bad idea. I got AoE comboed. I probably should have seen that coming. That was the wrong attack to try and parry. Ooh, yeah. Fire damage probably would have been better. This is a hard enemy to continuously melee. Protects himself very well with the AoEs. I'm also not sure if I should lock on or not. I think I shouldn't. It's hard to tell. Dodge back. Yeah, if I dodge backwards, I can't attack. I think I'm supposed to dodge forwards. Into it. Like right here. There we go. Dodge forwards and I get one free attack. That's not horrible. Not a lot of damage, but it's not horrible. Actually, I can lead into it. As he runs towards me, if I attack early... Okay, that's perfect. Attack early and it hits every time. Watch this. Yep. Perfect. Good strategy for this boss. Right now, works every time. Because all of his attacks are after he finishes his run. So that's going to work great. And one more might do it. Oh no, I need another one after that. Ah, Blood Leech killed him. Let's go. Very poke-based gameplay. Just kind of hit and run, hit and run. He's easier to beat without locking on. Yeah, I think so. I think it's just because if you lock on, the lock-on kind of forces you into his AoEs. At least that's how it seemed. One boss down, 2 more to go in this area. Nope, 2 bosses down, 1 more to go, because we already killed the bird. He's weak to fire by 40%. Whoa, okay, fire would have been way better then. I want to say he's probably resistant to lightning now. With Exalted Sigil build, probably probably one-shots most enemies. Yeah, Exalted Sigil build would be a little bit too good. That would be kind of ridiculous, actually. Is that why I can't beat bosses? I lock on constantly. It's not necessarily why you can't beat bosses. I would say it's why some bosses are probably a lot harder than others. Because some bosses you do want to lock on. It definitely is huge. It helps a ton. But there's a couple where it actively hurts you. I feel like Tonosaur and that guy right there, the Buzu, probably the ones where you want to try and not lock on. Lock on is really tricky in games. It's never very clear if it's going to be better or worse for a particular fight. Gotta play with it quite a bit. But I'll say the other way doesn't work either. I'm playing Kingdoms of Amalur right now, and yes, I love the fact that there's no lock-on. You just kind of face your enemy, and it generally glues the attacks to them. Does a pretty good job of that, but then sometimes you'll just randomly attack at nothing. So, Lock on sometimes amazing, no lock on at all sometimes also not amazing. They both have their pros and cons, I guess. The Mana Mantis can drop Mana Stone. I think I have plenty now. I think I grabbed some. Yeah, I got a couple now. There was like 40 of them in my chest. Elite Sublime Shell coming up. What's up, Lateral? How's it going? How's it going? How many arena bosses do we have left, guys? We've done, let's see, 8 of them? So that means we have 11 left. That's not bad. We're on a pretty good pace right now. 8 arena bosses in 2 hours? Pretty decent. I have 120 in my chest right now. I mean, yeah, Mana Stones, you can rack up a lot of them. Locking on in FromSoft games adds the camera as an extra enemy in boss fights. Yep. Yep. That's another game series where the lock-on is required and then don't use it. And then required and then can't use it. It's 50-50. If I remember correctly, in the older versions of the Souls games, it was a little bit better to not lock on. And then in the newer ones, you kind of have to lock on. For a lot of fights. Believe that's how it was. I don't know. It's been like 3-4 years since I played DS2, though. So I wouldn't know too much about it. This guy want to die? This guy looks like he wants to die. Should I use this dagger, though? I kind of need this dagger for the boss fight. Might have to go with something different. Because it is mostly broken. Come here, doggo. No, don't go fight them. Why would you do that? Yeah, we're not using Zorns for this fight. Let's just attack all 3 of these guys at once. Watch this. Ho, 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 ho. That's awesome. So if I go for the golem, I can hit the human. No, he's got to be closer than that. The AoE is kind of close. How'd I dodge that? Parry! Dude, that guy's body just flung. That was so weird. That was so weird. Playing DS2 after DS3 was a painful experience. Yeah, no, play Dark Souls 2 first. You cannot go Dark Souls 2 after Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is way too fast-paced to get used to the slower version again. DS1 into 2 isn't bad, but yeah, you cannot go the other way. That way is rough. And I like DS2 gameplay, it's just, it is slower, so it does not feel right after playing DS3. Feels very awkward. All of these fights are in really weird locations. In the Antique Plateau, the only one that makes sense is Immaculate's Bird. This other one is just kind of randomly up here. I guess the Buzu one kind of makes sense too. The Ragdoll, yeah. Sometimes, I would say Outward has some of the best Ragdolls. They've got some great moments. I still think the best Ragdolls you could get are from the Great Hammer. It just chucks enemies way up into the air. It's a lot harder to get it on daggers because they attack downward, so they usually force the body downward, but for some reason it doesn't always do that. Another rock mantis, peacefully awaiting death. Yeah, no buffs. You could see our buffs are putting in a lot of work too. Goodbye. The music in Majula will always give me a happy chemicals. Yeah, the music in Majula is amazing. I've actually used it in a couple videos before because it's just really nice background. There she is, the Sublime Statue. Scary. So, Zorn's Dagger's out of the question, because that is half broke. I think we go Gilded Shiver. I could go for the extreme poison with the Manticore Dagger, but I have a feeling this is the best option. And then what else do I want to do? I'm probably going to go with a lightning varnish. That's probably the best option. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Can I get any good foods in the desert? Because I am running out of my good foods. Lightning varnish. He's going to have access to decay damage. And I believe ethereal damage. As long as I use my buff here, we should be okay. Let's go Shimmer and then the last two. Love Predator Leap. Predator Leap is top 5 skills in the game for sure. If we're talking pure fun, absolutely. It's up there. There we are. Okay, let's see if I can sneak into this fight too. I'm guessing I might be able to. He shows up and usually lasers you, so I should be able to avoid a laser at least. 3, 2, 1. Yes, the stealth build is perfect. Put a blood sigil. How did he not see me? That was a lot of stagger I just dealt. Okay, the stagger has returned, but we did get a nice backstab. One hit. Alright, get him into the sigil a little bit closer. He's kind of out of it right now. No, I missed. There it is. Let's try a parry. I did corrupt me a little. Oh, I forgot about the laser, dude. Maybe we don't parry this guy. That was almost perfect, because it blocked all of the attacks except for the parry. The instant health regen. Go for a backstab. Big backstab right there. Big backstab. We are defiled, but it's probably not enough to deal the damage to me, as long as I'm quick about this. Don't do laser. Thank you. Oh, yep, there's defiled. Instantly full healed? No way. There's the laser. There it was. Instant full heal's insane. The extra timer on the sigil, dude, is just perfect. Like, a must-have. I almost had that backstab. That was close. That was so close. There's the laser. Good opening for me. I don't know how many more backstabs I could get. They're possible if he does the laser attack, but really hard to do. Right here. Ah, I turned too much. Think I've got him. Goodbye. That laser, it was so unfortunate. I blocked all of the melee attacks with the parry, and then I came out of it, and the laser hit me. Do I have that? I do. Okay, let's cure this then. Let's just get rid of that. That should be 2 dark stones. And I think Panacea can cure curses. Where's that at? There it is. Let's try and take one real quick. Panacea should cure bleed too, actually. Nice. So that was a bit more of a rough fight compared to the others, but... And actually took a little bit longer. Still pretty good damage. Still pretty good damage. That life leech, man, it just keeps you alive through everything. Did you see that? I got down to, what, half health, and then instantly, whoop, all the way back up to full. That's the perfect sound effect for it, too. Whoop. Very nice. Okay, so we've got 3 regions done. We have 3 regions left. The easiest of the 3 regions left is the desert. Let's go do the desert first. Enmerker, I actually feel like will be okay, but Enmerker is kind of annoying to do. The Scourge in this game are some of the coolest designs I've ever seen. I would 100% agree with that. I I fully believe that they nailed it with the Scourge designs. They look unlike any other monster I've ever seen. Very cool. Slurping down the bosses like smoothies. Yeah, they're getting destroyed, for sure. Hello, Mantis Shrimp. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with that? It's fine. A parry looks almost just as cool. Like I said before, it would have been OP on your vampire build. Oh no, that would have been disgusting for sure. For sure, disgusting. Yeah, it is really weird that this is just a side mechanic of daggers that the game doesn't explain. It's like, oh hey, if you figure this out, by the way, you're just immune to damage. Wait, what? How does that work? Yeah, you could just infinitely heal. Oh, okay. Does the boss have a lot of HP? Yeah, now so do you. Because technically, if you apply it, your HP pool becomes their HP pool, in a way. As long as you're life stealing, dude, it is not letting you go down. Not letting you go down. Come here, Weber. The ugliest monster in the game by far. By far. You know, they brought Vebers back as passive animals in the sequel? Disgusting. Should have thrown the design away. If I was allowed to kill them in the town, I would have. I don't think they'd let you. I don't see a hint of burnt health after 3 bosses. Yeah, well, Hex Mage helps a lot with that. It's just during the fight, it can build up quite a bit, but yeah, after I definitely could get rid of it. What run are you going to do after this one, or are you still undecided? So, I'll take some time off to work on the video for this run, obviously. But the run is either going to be Shield, Chakram, Hexes, or Spear. And I'll probably do a poll for that one. But it's going to be one of those 4. That probably won't start till next month, I would think. Because I got to work on the video, and then Remnant 2 is doing an event on the 22nd. So I'm going to be playing that for a week. And then I'll be back to streaming the other 2 games like normal. But those are the 4. I want to do Hexes the most, I think. But I think people want to see probably Chakram. That's what's going to win, I would imagine. I need the money to go to what? Levant? Yeah, okay. What about consumables? There's a lot of other options we also have. Those are just the 4 that I want to do right now. There's also trap only, grenade only, lantern only, mace only, sword only. Just those are the 4 that I'm thinking of at the moment. Yes. Cierzo? Dude, ain't nobody want to go to Cierzo. Trying to go to Levant, man. Help me out. Do the run where you must fight with the weapon you found. That is also a cool idea. I did think of that. I thought of every time... Here's what I thought of. Every time we defeat a mini-boss, a boss, or a main quest section, we have to swap weapons. So, if we do that, I could potentially use every unique weapon in the game to beat something, and then swap off of it. There's a couple ideas with that. I could also just use what I get in terms of weapon-wise. Then I could just kind of... If I get a crappy weapon randomly, I'll have to use it. It's not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea. What's up, Scotty? Sheena, you're already planning or thinking about builds and new playthroughs in Kingdoms of Amalur. Yes, I am, actually. The second run I do of that game will be a bow-only run. Probably. I don't know for sure yet, but probably. Because I want to see what its potential is. Need one more day and that should swap. But yeah, right now I'm thinking that would be the coolest run that we could do for like a starting challenge run. Not insanely difficult, but the bow is definitely seems like the weakest weapon. Or at least one of the weaker weapons. And I haven't got to use it at all. So it'd be nice to try it out. I also really don't know how I would do it. So it would be interesting to try to solve some boss puzzles. Alright, let's go to Levant. Come on, fuzzy dice.
Greeting. Yes.
Berg? Berg is not terrible, I guess. I could go to Berg.
Greetings, friend. Yes.
That's faster than anywhere else. Really hope they add more bow stuff in Outward 2. Yeah, I mean, I like what they did with bows, but it is a little simple. I would love a lot more options for sure. I really think just having dedicated skill trees. Like, I know they like the idea of having split skill trees, where, hey, you could still take this or the other. Like, Wild Hunter's the best example. One half of Wild Hunter's all bow. The other half is Great Axe. In theory, that gives you two really separate options. But in practice, it means you don't have any options. Because if you're not playing a bow build, you are only ever using one half of that skill tree. So it actually nerfs the variety instead of buffs it. Instead, what you should do is make two separate skill trees. Make one bow that have two separate bow skills to make me pick which is which. And then do the same with the Wild Hunter skill tree. That, I think, would be better. That way, at least there's one dedicated bow skill tree. Yeah. Yeah, Abrasar is really, really close to Berg, so this is not a bad walk. I recently tried bows and Outward on PC, and it was terrible. In PlayStation, you don't need to steer your aim. Oh, you didn't like the steering? I don't hate the steering, but it is a... I could see how people would be frustrated by it. I didn't hate it, mainly because I liked that you could lead your shots with it a little bit better. However, during mid-combat, it can be frustrating, because you have to aim it and fire and dodge at the same time. I just want them to fix the free aim reticle feeling very uncentered. Yeah, I could see that as a complaint too. It's kind of the same dealio. Bows just kind of feel like an afterthought. Yeah, I guess design-wise they do kind of feel like an afterthought. It's either a weapon type that you use in the beginning of a fight to apply something, or something you use to cheese stuff. I imagine most people don't do a bow only for the entire game. The worst part is probably the desert, I would say, for bow. Caldera's bad, but if you save up enough, Caldera's not horrific. And you can get a lot of iron from golems in the Antique Plateau. But in the desert, you would think that, yeah, desert bandits. But you really don't fight desert bandits all that often. So it's actually a little bit difficult to get iron for the arrows over there. Enmerker and Chersonese, also the swamp, constantly drop bandits everywhere. So it's not a big deal. Just decraft their weapons. Usually just use the bow to apply a debuff and then move on. Yep, that's what I was thinking, you know. Crazy idea, but crossbow, that's something in between the power of a pistol and the speed of a bow. I like crossbows, they're cool. The problem is crossbows need to be better, not better than the bow, but they need to have a distinct advantage over the bow. The best example I can give of this is Remnant 2. Remnant 2 has 3 or 4 different bows. They also have 2 crossbows. The crossbows are blatantly worse than the bows in every single aspect. There is never a reason to use a crossbow in that game. They are just bad. They shouldn't even be in the game. That's a problem. So in that case, what do we do to the crossbow to make it different? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. One theory would be make it fire a lot slower, but make it fire a lot harder. So make it hit like one of the hardest weapons in the game, But you do have to actively reload it, which is kind of what crossbows are for anyway. I just don't know if that's very satisfying gameplay. What the freak? Everybody else see that? Did everybody else see that? Tell me I'm not the only one that watched that guy fly across the screen. That beetle just flew in for his spawn rate. He was like, oh, you're here? I'm ready. That was crazy. I thought I was seeing a bug for a second. I'm like, whoa, that's a weird bug. It was an actual bug in the game. Like, you're not the right kind of bug. It's kind of odd to see you here. I've got stamina. I really need healing, though. Let me double check the merchant when I get back there. We'll do Calixa, Elite Beast Golem, and Crescent Sharks, then come back. That beetle was crazy. I've seen them standing in the air and drop before, but I've never seen them fly across an area. That was wild. For crossbows, you could give it an armor piercing and a set amount. Oh, armor piercing is a good idea, yeah. So regular bows fire quickly, but then the advantage of a crossbow is that you go through armor. That's not bad. So then if you have an armor mechanic in your game, or if just in general enemies have a lot of like physical defense, a crossbow would be a huge tool. It's a pretty decent idea. That's the worst thing, is that crossbows realistically fire a lot slower. It's just that in gamified world, that's not satisfying to use. So I feel like I would pick a bow every time. So to compensate for that, they usually make crossbows fire pretty fast. But then they just feel like a bow. Maybe an armor mechanic would be nice. I don't know. In Nintendo Switch 1, it's something doesn't even render some enemies, so you're fighting just floating weapons. What? That's goofy. The Switch is a weird case where they've ported a lot of games to it that they know it can't handle, and I'm just like, why have we done this? I don't know. Crossbow should also have exploding bolts and such. Exploding bolts, maybe some accuracy skills where if you hit the exact center target, you do crit damage. Crit's not a bad idea. There's ways to make it unique, I just have not seen a game do it. It either feels exactly like a bow, or crossbows don't exist. And I'd be down for some cool crossbow gameplay. Dual crossbows. Dual crossbows would be even cooler. You gotta put the bug in the video. It's during the arena boss part, so it would look a little out of place, but I might be able to. We'll see. If I remember it, I might be able to. Crossbows are kind of obsolete if guns are in the game. Also very true. Guns are slightly upgraded version. That's why I'm saying you could add a crit multiplier, where guns don't get crit, but then the crossbow does, maybe. Crossbows have to be available for any build. Must be simple and do stuff, but bows must be like a dedicated build. Yeah, that's fun. Nintendo Switch definitely isn't the best fit for Outward, but it's very fun to play Outward on the go. That is so true. I can imagine, man. I can imagine. I almost bought a Steam Deck at one point, so I could sit in my bed and play Outward for like an hour before I go to bed. But then I got to thinking, I was like, when I play video games, that doesn't get me ready to go to bed. So that would just make me stay up longer. And also, I already have my PC. I should just play it on there. I don't leave the house and go on long trips enough to do that, but it is a cool idea.
Can I help you?
You don't have anything, sir. You are pathetic. Man, those might last. Guns don't hit far in this game. No, guns hit as far as you can lock on. You can't... I mean, you kind of can free aim guns. I think they do have a distance fall off, but it is pretty good distance. Okie dokie, people. Calixa is every buff The elite beast golem is the giant iron key, and then the crescent sharks are, I think, 6 power coils. Grab 7 just in case. What do we got here? I'm gonna need a lot of stuff. Let's see. 3 of these will be nice. 3 of those. And my shimmer potions. My great shimmer potion. Should actually probably carry these with me so I can cure that on the go. I have enough bloodstones or dark stones. I need 2 more of these. What am I looking at varnish-wise? Double up on the lightning. Extra fire. Calixa, I'll probably go fire. I think that's the best option for her. Then we'll put all that in there. Now, what are we at? 84 out of 75. Feels like a lot. No, I need that dagger. I meant to put it in my hand. Darn it. Move to pocket and equip. So we'll repair this. Calixa, what do I use against you? I'm thinking Gilded Shiver for some reason. Should I use Gilded Shiver? Yeah, pure elemental damage is really good on her. If you never get the decay boon, you can't fight Calixa. No, because, well, yes, you can still fight her because you could just use potions. You could use the Possessed Potion and you still get the buff. Or, alternatively, you could go to the Antique Plateau and do the Blood Mage quest and get the Possessed Boon that way. But yeah, there's always the potions. I think it's Occult Remains in Water. Calixa. Calixa should just get countered by the Blood Sigil. I don't think anything else is necessary. What do I got that I can drop? I could drop all the rations I have. That'll probably help. Yep, that helps a lot. Really like the design of Gun Lance in Monster Hunter. Just the idea of gun and lance at the same time. I liked the Gun Lance quite a lot too in terms of design. I was more of a hammer and bow guy in Monster Hunter though. What little I played of it. What can I say, guys? I can't get away from the hammer gameplay. It does entice me. There we are. Alright, Calixa, here we go. I need all the buffs for it. I need to swap to Gilded Shiver. She is going to be a firefight, I think. Really don't need healing that much, I guess. Let's go water. She does fire, no, she does decay and ice with the shots. Her melee does a little bit of every element, I think. I think she does a little bit of everything. She's basically immune to physical damage. Highly, highly resistant. Very weak to elemental damage. Am I remember any of this correctly? I believe I am. Yeah, if we could ever find some good foods. I have a lot of good foods over in Caldera. I just have to go there. Can I sneak into this fight? Let's find out. Not prepared. What am I missing? Enrage, Discipline. Blessed. There it is. I was missing one boon. Sheen has a type. Hammer. It really is my type. I just go for hammers, man. It's so fun. Can't get away from it. The sneak has not worked. It didn't work. That's fine. Pop the Blood Sigil. As long as we strafe that, we're perfectly fine. No, she dodged it. That is so close to hitting me. It's ridiculously close. Blood Leech. Alright, you're toast. I need 2 more hits to apply fire. Ouch. If I could parry, that might work. Here's the parry. There's the burn. Alright, look at that health bar. Let's try and get in hits here and there, but we don't have to be too aggressive if we don't want to be. Oh, that is a huge delay. Forgot about that. Not lock on. That's what messed me up there. Get over here. That's a good window. I hit her out of the roll. Interesting. Come back over here. Whoa, that's fast. That is a really quick attack. The healing I'm getting from her is exceptional. It is a little difficult to hit her, though. You'd think the shield would be in more of the way than it is, though. Ooh. There's not a lot of opportunities to move in. Fire ran out. Might be able to reapply it if I'm quick. 2, 3. She went for a 4th? How many attacks does she have? There's burn damage. The second we see bleed go down, I need to reapply that. I think it isn't actually bleed, it's the blood leech, but I think it does a bleed effect when it's on her. Because I believe Calix is immune to bleed. Being a ghost/lich kind of creature. Whatever a lad is. Oh, we're getting her down. She got a lot more health than I think most of the bosses we fought. Come on, burn. Get her. Parry her for the kill. Beautiful win. Beautiful win. If you can finish with a parry, it's the best way to finish. Yeah, living thought. That's what she is. Calix is done. That was one of the harder boss fights for sure. So that's off the list. She just has a lot of HP and stagger, so it's tough to move in. She has a really cool design, though. I mean, one of the coolest for sure. Look at that. Goodbye. Is this a secret or mega boss? This is one of the arena bosses, yeah. It is one of the 19 endgame secret bosses. There are 3 in every region except for Caldera. Caldera has 4. I don't know why, but it does. Take a look at all this. Yeah, we should be good to go to the other 2 locations. I've got the tent on me. I've got all my buffs. And then once I get there, I've got the power coils. Okay. So do we go Crescent Sharks Beast Golem or Beast Golem Crescent Sharks? Probably that way. I'm kind of terrified for Beast Golem, though. I want her mace. Oh, her mace is in debug menu. It is in the debug menu. But that's it. It's pretty busted, too. I think it does 10 in every element. I have 7 samples on me right now. Oof. You lucky duck. How'd you find so many? How did you do it? Cool pot. Yeah, let's go the Elite Beast Golem. He is arguably one of the hardest in the entire game for this build, so I want to get him out of the way. The thing is, his ranged attack gives a really good opening, but I'm not going to be able to stay range. I'm going to have to try and stay close. And when I stay close, I risk being inflicted with pain, which kills my resistances. I believe if I dodge left and not dodge right, I think I have this. I feel like that let me dodge him better. I just can't remember fully. You learned the sample rotations? Dude, it's been 6 years. I still don't know the sample rotations. Or whenever Caldera's DLC came out. I still don't know them. They make no sense to me. So to be fair, I have never really tried to memorize them, though. Probably not that hard. I just never tried. I was like, this mechanic is not something I care to master. I'll just kind of wander around. It works out decently enough. The problem is trying to learn the sample rotations. Some sample rotations have copied samples. So you could walk up to a sample and go, oh, I know what sample rotation I'm on, because this sample's right here. But really you don't, because it could be either A or B, because they both have a sample there. It's just, That right there made me never want to learn it. I think there are a couple spots that only spawn 1 per. That would be how you would know. That would probably be the best way. Is the Manticore here? He should be. Ah, he's over there. That is fine. You stay over there. Stay away from me. So if we're going Elite Beast Golem, I say we probably go... Gilded Shiver? I mean, it's either Vampiric Dagger or Gilded Shiver. Vampiric is probably better if I get hit a bunch. This would be good impact. This would be really good impact, too. Fire damage? I feel like he's resistant to fire damage. Let's go Gilded Shiver. I don't know. That seems like my best option, I think. That seems to be the best option. My healing is going to be really pathetic. I meant to cook that. I never did. This helps with our physical defense. And then we're definitely using a Spirit Varnish. He does fire and ice damage. Potentially, I need Decay if I really... No, I think he's immune to Decay. Resistant to it at the very least. Go Spirit Varnish. This guy actually has a lot of HP. Maybe Blood Leech will destroy him. Maybe. Not sure. How's that looking? I feel like I'm lacking buffs right now. I don't really know what's going on. I think that's enough. That's what I've had. Should be good. We'll try and sneak in. I don't think you can sneak this boss. This guy's way too close. We'll give it a shot, though. Either we walk in, instantly pop Blood Sigil, or we walk in, try to dodge his first melee attack, and then pop Blood Sigil? I'm not sure when I should use it. Elite Beast Golem. Here we go. He did see me immediately, so no stealth here. Oh, that hit. Okay. Sigil is up. Dodge left. That kind of worked. There's the Blood Leech. Blood Leech is fine. Nope, he still hits you if you dodge left. Just have to dodge in general. I did parry. Ah, it's so quick. I literally can't press the dodge button fast enough. That's my best window for an attack, though. He's doing very little damage, which is huge. Very, very good. It's too quick. I don't know how you dodge it. It's almost instant. As soon as he makes a noise, it's like instantly right there. Let's go for it. 1, 2. Okay, so what it is as soon as you're done dodging, dodge again. You can't wait. You cannot wait even a second. It's so tricky to know when he's doing it. Yeah, this is why you block this guy. This is just a really bad dodge boss. Because it's hard to tell if he's going to use it twice or once. There we go. Did I reapply the bleed? I think I did. Yeah, there's no sound cue. There's nothing. There's no way to know that he's doing it again. I think I'm going to pop another one just in case. This is the worst fight by far. I cannot read it. Yeah, look, I dodged twice again. It still didn't work. It still didn't work. Come on. I need Blood Leech. He's not staying inside. There it is. Oh, it still didn't do Blood Leech. What the heck? Oh, my word. What a horrific boss. This is awful. Yeah. Okay. There it is. Now I definitely have Blood Leech on him. Dodged my parry. Some reason didn't go for the second attack. And I don't think there's a way to know. I don't know if there's a cue to tell if he's doing 2 or what. I can't seem to figure it out. One more hit. Got him. That right there is why I do not like this arena boss. I do not like him. It is impossible to tell if he's doing a 1 jump or a 2 jump. And there's no way out of it. Blocking is the only method I've found. Oh, that's so tricky, dude. Him and the Merton run. This run and the Merton run. I just feel like I'm overwhelmed by one move. All he does is one move. The shot attack is nothing. But a single move, it's too tricky to figure out. I don't know why. Jump forward? Jump forward again. I don't know what's so hard about that, but it is. I'm guessing it's because he's so big. He takes up so much screen that you can't see him after the first jump. So when he goes to do the second one, you like your screen's turned around or you're facing the wrong way, stuff like that. What do the boss rewards give? The boss rewards give you unique weapons and armor sets. You have to craft them together in the inventory section right here. Right over here, you can use them to craft stuff. You have to know the recipe, though, or you just make random garbage. It'll make something, but you don't know what it'll make. There's, like, the Challenger Great Hammer. I think there's one weapon of every type that's a boss weapon, and then there's a couple different armor sets. Shock armor, Squire armor, Pilgrim armor, that type of thing. Anyway, yeah, that boss is rough. I do not like that boss. That's the one I always try to get out of the way as soon as possible, because I feel like I'm going to fail on that one. I wish I could get better at dodging him. I'm not really sure when to do it. It's so tricky. How are you actually supposed to figure those recipes out? The way you're supposed to figure them out is to take all of the items, put them in there, and just start crafting. You're supposed to just... That's kind of the recipe thing. You're supposed to just kind of throw stuff in, see what you get. And then once you get anything, it'll give you the recipe. So you're like, oh, well, that recipe gives me this. So don't use that one to make something else. How do you get so many astral recipes? I got a bunch of them. That's the way you're supposed to figure it out. I just go to the wiki. It seems to be a lot easier. Not to mention, most of that stuff is not that much better than base game stuff. Often isn't really worth the hassle. Did we feel like Gilded Shiver was the best option? The thing is, Gilded Shiver has 3 separate slow effects. I don't think any of them ever procced. Maybe the first one that takes 3 hits? Even that, though, didn't seem to help me. If I could do anything with the arena bosses, I would swap the Beast Golem and the Manta Shrimp's arena. Because the Manta Shrimp, there's no reason it needs to be that big. And it being that much smaller wouldn't hurt you at all either. But that boss right there needs a way bigger arena. Even the Elite Torque Crab needs a bigger arena too, actually. 3 golems. Do I just use the varnish? Probably. I have them. Let's not be stingy here. And sneak around. Oh, they know where I went. I don't know how, because they didn't see me. And one more. There we go. Do I parry him or save the parry? I need to save the parry for the boss fight. I don't know what's about to happen, and I gotta sleep now, because he just pained me. Actually, no. I could just panacea. The greatest potion known to man. Let's think. So, DOT time. We need Manticore Dagger for the extreme poison. We need to apply a Fire Varnish, and then hit him with the Blood Sigil. There's going to be 3 separate sharks. I'm not really sure how I'm going to tell which one I've hit with the Sigil. That's the tricky part. I guess I'll have to wing it, because I don't know of a strategy to figure that out. It does show a bleed effect, but it's not very obvious. Not very obvious at all. Let's see. Fire damage and poison for my own damage stats. They do ethereal damage, which I have very little resist to. That's kind of scary. I think I only have 30. I mean, 30 is decent, but it's not a ton. You're gonna get triple healing? I can get triple healing if I can hit them all. That's the trick. It's just about the start of the fight. That has to go well. Let's see. I do have 10 Darkstones, though, so I could potentially set more than one sigil up. If I really need to. The last thing I want to do is apply the fire varnish. Turn the light off, sneak. This is such a small arena, and they're so large, I don't feel like sneaking's gonna work, because they show up looking directly at you, but I am gonna try. I am gonna try. Here we go. Oh yeah, they instantly saw me. Yep, that's what I figured. There's the sigil. I need good attack opportunities. That one right there is pretty good. Right here. No, I walked into the trap. They have trapped my sigil. I have a good fix for that. Create a new sigil. There's one. Now I've got some lifesteal. Need to hit the other ones, obviously. That guy I hit twice. They're off of their... they're so staggered right now. This is brutal. Can't see anything. Okay, let's just pop another sigil. They just trapped my entire sigil. Yep, and I missed. Need one of you to come here. There it is. Nope, I didn't get the blood leech. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. There's no way to keep them in the sigil. Maybe let's pull them over here to my other one now. Get them closer. Right here. I got him. I think I got 2 of them that time. I did. The reach on these daggers is such a pain. There we go. I think that was the blood leech as well. Yep, they all hit me. Sounds about right. I cannot get fire applied. I just can't. I can't figure out which one I've hit. I have no idea who's who. I can't seem to get in there either. There we go. I think that was also blood leech somehow. One more for fire. No! I almost had burn. I can't get burn applied. I cannot figure out who I'm attacking. I think I have poison, though. Somehow. Poison only takes 2 hits. Fire takes 3. Almost done with one. They didn't back up every time they attacked. I wouldn't miss as often. He's almost dead. He is dead. Yay! Okay. That's huge. Put another sigil down. Make sure I get that going. That time I definitely hit both. He's burnt. He's poisoned. Now I'm hitting consistently. I don't know what was going on with the 3 of them. I just could not find openings. What? Literally, where did that come from? Did not see them spawn that. One more. Yes. Okay, 1v1. Go for the parry, maybe? What a horrific encounter with the dagger. That looked awful. I got a lot of healing, but there were 0 good attack opportunities. 0 attack opportunities. The limited reach, man. I mean, you really don't notice it for half the game, and then the other half you go, why can I never hit the enemy? Whew, I think I'm okay with that result. It doesn't have to look pretty for them. They just have to die. I did have to use 5 separate sigils, though, I think. They just kept placing 5 traps around it, and then I didn't feel like I could get back in. Man. That one is stressful every time. 2 regions left. Enmerker and Caldera. Unfortunately, the hardest 2 by far. I would have to say without the Blood Leech, I don't think this would be possible. I don't think the arena bosses would be doable. Maybe. Maybe if you were careful, maybe if you were super patient. But the thing is, well, I guess because you do have fire damage with a varnish, all of the stuff that's immune to bleed and poison is DOTable. But it would not be easy. You would have to basically poke them, get the fire applied, and then just walk around. There's not a lot of good attack opportunities. Would take forever, though, for sure. Have you killed the unique enemies yet? Which unique enemies? The mini-bosses? Yes, the mini-bosses are all dead. I think we did that right before we went to Caldera. Yeah, it was right before. They were all really easy except for the Compass Guardian. Compass Guardian almost killed me. Who do we want to do first? I'll do Liches first. Liches first, then Dreamer, then we'll go Burning Man. Burning Man... The thing about Burning Man is it's all about the fire. Because I'm immune to fire, not fire damage, but burn. And I can heal through attacks. I don't see that fight being horrific. What I might do is try to apply Blood Leech initially, right as soon as the fight starts, jeez, to the burning guy. And not the horses. And then after that's applied, I'll go for the horses. It feels like a good idea. I don't know, though. Out of all the mini-bosses, the Compass Guardian is the hardest. It's either Compass Guardian or Royal Manticore. Royal Manticore you can cheese a lot more easily with fire damage. The Compass Guardian you actually have to engage with. Unless you play Hex. If you play Hex Mage, you can cheat your entire way through the whole game. I think on the Mage-only run, I killed him with the Hexes early on. Catch you later, letter. Catch you later. Back in Levant. Don't really need to grab much. I just need rations, I think. Yep, ration it up and then we'll get out of here. So, let's recap. What have been the best and worst fights so far? Best fights by far, Chersonese. We absolutely cooked everybody over there. Worst fights by far, the desert. The desert has been really kicking my butt. I think Crescent was tough. Calixa was tough, but not that bad. And then Elite Beast Golem was really hard too. That makes sense. Levant is usually one of the harder regions. Sounds about right. If you use hexes or the ethereal pressure plate traps, yeah, those could do a lot of damage to the Compass Guardian as well. The problem with the Compass Guardian over the Royal Manticore is that if any other enemy gets engaged when you're fighting the Royal Manticore, they'll actually help you defeat her. Whereas, if anything sees you while you're fighting Compass Guardian, it's another golem. And so you're fighting two golems now, which is automatically a no-win situation. Let alone the fact you're fighting a mini-boss. Double golem fights are the worst. Sup, doll? Good day. I asked you a question about my build during the last stream about the Rune, Philosopher, Rogue, and Mantis pickaxe. What faction would you suggest? I've already done the Holy Mission before. So if you've already done Holy Mission, probably just go Blue Chamber. Blue Chamber gives you extra health and mana, which for that build, mana would be kind of helpful. And anytime you're going to be ever using a melee weapon, health is great. Mages don't really need health necessarily. You're not usually getting up close anyway, but especially if you're doing a hybrid magic melee, the Blue Chamber feels like one of the best. I love the extra stats. They're quite nice indeed. It's tough to say because Sorbor is always good for cooldown, but typically Sorbor is only something that I take if I know I want more cooldown and like am going to be building around it. Gun builds, skill-based builds, things like that. Chakrams actually do get buffed quite a bit by it. The problem with Chakram is it is magic-based, so Holy Mission is still really good there, too. I don't know. Holy Mission... We do Chakram only. Which one would we do? Not Heroic. Holy Mission or Sorobor? I feel like Sorobor. Extra cooldown for that would be pretty great. In the Ghost Path, I could kill the ghosts just with Ethereal, right? A bow, just arrows, doesn't do any damage. So if you're fighting ghosts, yeah, a bow's going to do basically nothing. But in the Ghost Path specifically, they have several Spirit Varnishes that are over there and free to pick up. If you just use those, you could kill the ghosts pretty quick. They're not that bad with a good Spirit Varnish. How did he see me? Did I just parry a magic fireball? Yes, I did. Goodbye, beetle. I cast fireball, fighter says. Parry. I parry thee. Finally got Kerouac's Breakthrough. Kerouac's Breakthrough is a crazy buff. You get no buffs the whole time you're doing Heroic, and then randomly, boom, one of the best in the game. 15 extra damage, 15% extra damage. It is a nutty stat, for sure. Endmerker, I'm back. Best skill in the game by far is Brace. I've always said it. Always said that. Yep. After you figure out what Brace actually does, it feels very difficult to not use. That's actually one of the biggest problems with this build, because we don't have Brace. The best way to use this build would actually be to... Well, at least if you're using a normal Fire Varnish, you want to apply Burn. But the only way to apply Burn is to hit the enemy 3 times in relatively quick succession. That's pretty easy with Brace. You brace the enemy, and then you hit them 3 times. Then they're going to fall over, and you can hit them a couple more if you need to. So that's instant burn, nice damage, things like that. Without Brace, you have to poke, back away, and sometimes that status wears out. Actually, a lot. I've noticed the status wears out a lot by then. Fire, I think, has to be 33%. Or at least close to that, because it does not build up quick. I've needed 4 or 5 hits a lot of the time. The varnish is not for bows. Yeah, no varnish gets applied to bows. The only thing you can apply a bow with is Assassin Elixir, I think. That puts poison on the bow. I think it's called Assassin Elixir. That is the only thing you can buff a bow with outside of enchants and extra arrows. Yeah, it is Assassin Elixir? Okay. That gives us stealth, does it not? I think it does. I think I have a bunch of those saved up. I could use those before the fight, see if that helps for the liches. It might help for the double lich. If I could get one of them to not see me, that would be big. If I remember correctly, though, they automatically both notice you. Let's see, what do I have? Probably going to go with a Fire Varnish for them. Could also go with a different strategy, in that I use a Dark Varnish and just waylay the Gold Lich immediately. What time is it for this? It is 8:30. I need 2,400. So, let me see. I need to sleep 3 hours? No, probably 4. 3 hours. 3 hours gets me up to 23, 22. Yeah. Probably by the time I get there, I sleep 3 hours. Okay. So hard to calculate that. This was the dagger, by the way. Someone was asking which dagger inflicts bleed. It is the Broad Dagger. Can be bought in the first town of the game for, I think, 100 or 200 silver. I can't remember. It's somewhere around there, though. Assassin Elixir. There you are. We need to activate that first, though, or else it will override our buff. No more playing around. We bring all the good potions. Finally got to the hardest of the hard bosses. Let's go with 2 more Panacea. Triple the Shimmer Potion, for sure. For sure. I could go with 1 more of those. Attack up. Forgot about these guys are going to be... What do I need to restock on? 2 fire and 2 ethereal. There we are. Not bad at all. Do I have any money? I don't, but I could sell some stuff. Because if I could buy any amount of meat, I'm going to need a little bit of healing for this fight, and then I'm going to need, I think, some more stamina stuff. I think it's about to run out. What's up, Bap? Hello, first-time player. I'm with a friend in co-op. I have a question about which weapon can be the best for our synergy. He's a Hex Mage and a Speedster with Rainbow Saber, and I'm a Rune Mage, and we both use Cabal Hermit.
How can I help you?
It's a tricky one. Let me think. First off, what am I doing?
Want to buy
Food, yeah. Not have a lot of food. Not have a lot of food at all. Let me get this sold, and then I'll get back to that. Alright, what'd you say he was? Your friend's playing a Hex Mage with the Cerulean Saber and Speedster? Alright, see, that guy, he's probably got the build going, then. That's gonna be your weapon for that build. The Saber is really good for the Hexes, so that's for sure fine. If you want to spam Hexes, and you don't want to melee, you could also just have him go for any of the staves that have negative 20 mana cost. Those are also pretty nice. Put that away. Those are also pretty nice. And then you said you're playing a Rune Mage and you're using Cabal Hermit. Okay. Planning to get the totems at the end. You're using totems and you're using Rune Mage. That's another build. Well, it depends on how you play it. Are you going to go a lot of mana or are you going to go a lot of melee? You're going to need a melee weapon. You could use the Runic Sword. That is an option. Need to put that away. You could just use the Runic Sword. If you don't want to use the Runic Sword, Gep's Blade would be decent on that build because it does ethereal damage. That's another one that'd be really good for kind of ethereal lightning-esque. You want a one-hander for sure. I mean, you're using Rune Mage. You're using Rune Mage, so you definitely want a one-hander. I mean, Sunfall Axe is good, but doesn't fit that build. Now, how long do I need to sleep? 3 hours. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's a tough one to answer. You got a lot of options. It doesn't really matter what main hand weapon you use. Ideally, there are some that apply hexes. I like Brand. Brand is a favorite of mine if you're playing Hex Mage and you're meleeing. Or your buddy's playing Hex Mage, because then you can apply the hexes. The problem is when you're playing Rune Sage, you're not really using ice. None of your magic does ice, so that's not amazing as a choice. I don't know. I don't know. You could do something interesting. If you are going to play melee with the Rune Sage, there's a cool option. It's a little bit trickier to get. It's called the Mace of Seasons. If you look that up or check it out, maybe end up getting it. It's a boss weapon, but you can get it from the mini-bosses if you get the right drops. That weapon inflicts elemental vulnerability. That would not only buff your build, it would buff your buddy's build as well. So that's actually a pretty sick option. What is my best damage? I'm probably just going to go ice again. Or I could go vampiric. I'm thinking vampiric now, actually. But yeah, Mace of Seasons. Check that out. See if you're interested. That one's actually really good for the setup that you guys are doing, now that I think about it. Arguably the best you could possibly do. It doesn't have any elemental damage, but you could always just use a varnish. Or you could just apply the effect and then focus on your magic. That's what you could do. What am I at? 46. Okay, I need to hurry up. I need to stop yapping. Should have time, but I gotta be real quick about it. Take this, and then what is the damage that I need? I need fire. I need a water buff for the stamina. I need a mana potion as well. And what else? What else? What else? I got stealth somehow. Oh, this. Wait for it. There it is. Go. I think I got all the buffs. I missed one. I think it was the attack up buff. Okay. This should be fun. What's up, Matthew? This should be fine, guys. How do we want to play this? So we go Gold Lich first? Gold Lich after we place down Blood Sigil. Okay. There he is. Good. That means he can place the sigil down quick. If I hit this immediately, it'd be perfect. Yes, Blood Leech. Let's go. You're toast. We should have him. I parried that. You filthy casual. Why'd that not work? Should I try and Blood Leech the Jade Lich? I don't think I can. He's too far away. This guy's a way better target for right now. He's actually acting pretty decent, too. Oh, I couldn't see him. They don't have as much health, so the lifesteal isn't instant. Stop doing dumb moves. Die faster, please. Why does the Jade Lich exist? Why must he be a problem? Jade Lich actually is pretty close to the sigil. Ah, there's no way to move in. Right here. Not bad. I got hit by that, but I still got an attack off. No, I missed. One attack, two attack. Nope, he backed up. That would have been nice. He's dead, he's dead, he's dead. Pull the Jade Lich into the sigil. I don't think it'll last much longer, but I could try and hit this. Yep. That's what I figured might happen. It's okay. We got the sigil down. Pull him closer. Pull him closer. Get in the sigil, you idiot. There he is. No, he backed out. I can push him. I can push him towards it. Yes, I got it. I got it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I need to hit him one more time for fire. Spam City. Just kill this thing. No, he backs up. My ultimate enemy. A guy backing up. I don't think I can parry anything he can do. Might be able to parry the tentacle, but I don't know. Don't eat those explosions. One more hit, at least. There it is. Okay. That was looking hairy there for a second. The Jade Lich would just let up for half a second, dude. Half a second. You know what I think? I think I have a very easy way to make this fight a lot more fun. Here's what you do. Instead of fighting two Liches at the same time, you make it a back-to-back-to-back. You have to fight the Gold Lich, then the Jade Lich, then the Rust Lich. Not all at the same time, but back-to-back-to-back. Then it's a DPS race for your buffs. And it's not as stupid as his fight is. His fight is more than doable, but it's kind of dumb. Just a little bit. Got me interested, for real. Thank you so much. By the way, I want to say you've been the best for helping us learn the game. Love your content. We'll still be around waiting for Outward 2. Thanks for the guides. Awesome, man. Waiting for Outward 2. Sick. Yeah, hopefully that helps you out, man. The Mesa Seasons is pretty cool. I've never been a huge fan because it's a bit slower than what I like to play with. But if you're playing in co-op, your speed of your weapon isn't as important. So, you should be able to quickly apply that and then swap over to whatever magic you want. It's also a really cool looking weapon. It's one of the coolest in the game, actually. Plague is the master of the technique of running away. Yeah. Yeah, that dude never stops backing up. When you're playing Outwards Combat for the first couple of times and you go magic a lot, the backing up thing doesn't even exist to you. Doesn't exist at all. It's when you start playing a lot of melee and you realize, hey, every single enemy that backs up is horrible to fight. Yep, that is the case. Range stuff, you can take them out really easily, but anytime you use melee, they're a problem. Last question. Which enchantment would you say to use on it? That has all the 4 basic enchantments, nothing crazy. I would probably go Poltergeist. I would probably go Poltergeist. A Whiplash really isn't going to help you much. I mean, you could wait for a Caldera enchant, but I don't know. Poltergeist is more fun, probably. Am I fighting Ethereal? I don't have an Ethereal dagger. Ugh. If I have a way to repair, I do. But yeah, I'd probably go Poltergeist. Not a fan of the Mesa Seasons. Too bulky for my liking. I like the bulk for, like I said, a more melee-focused mage, but it is a bit bulky, I agree.
Hey there.
Stop hey-thering me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. NPC's crazy. Need to cure my thing and then get more Darkstones. Thanks for the recommendations. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, your buddy for the Hex build, I mean, there isn't really much else to say. As long as he's got the Saber, he's kind of already doing it. Could always swap to Rustlich armor later. Rustlich is really good for Hexes, but it is up to you. Where are my potions? There they are. I could take that. That is corruption resist, which is helpful in this situation. Oh, yeah. You know what would make for an even better intro than my old Outward intro? Would be the oh, yeah. That would also be good. Maybe the new Outward 2 intro? The oh, yeah. I'm down. It's kind of short, though. Might not be long enough for an intro. It is very funny, though. And iconic. For Outward, it's very iconic. If oh yeah isn't in Outward 2, I'm gonna riot for sure. We have to. We have to riot. Cabal Wind Temple, here I come. Oh yeah, reverberating multiple times. Oh yeah, yeah. That's kind of good, actually. That's kind of good, actually. I don't hate it. I mean, it sounds dumb, but that's the point. Brother, there's no way you saw me. Get parried. Get parried. Oh, he's resistant to ice damage. I picked the one thing I shouldn't use on him. Ah, inflict hampered. He couldn't move. Although that right there does prove why I don't like hampered. The enemy cannot move while they're hampered, but they can attack. And this enemy's attack moves him forward, so it still lets him move. Hopefully there'll be a mount in Outward 2. Outward 2 is not going to have mounts, but it is going to have... What are they called? Pack mules. So you could carry a bunch of stuff in a little creature. I think it's a pretty neat idea. We'll see what they do with them. Mod every Weber to say, oh yeah, when they attack you. Mod every Weber out of the game. That's what I would do. That would be my recommendation. Must have been the wind. Must have been the wind. I'm not here. I'm definitely not here. You're a failure. Gotta grab the crab eye seeds for the poison. I need to go back and grab Sunfall Axe. I forgot to grab that, actually. I need that to enter the burning tree. Backstab never gets old. Backstab really doesn't get old. It is amazing start to finish. It's a superb boost in damage early game. Late game, it's just damage that's way higher than it should ever be. Both are pretty good. I like both. I want the boar pack mule. Yeah, the pack mule is cool. I'm just worried that it's going to be so easily killed. That's the only problem. That would be what I would worry about. Maybe it'll be more situational, like you only bring it on certain expeditions that you know you're just mainly looting. I'm not sure. I like to think that Weber is responsible for the mana leak. Maybe. Are they a magical creature? I mean, they somewhat are. Sunfall Axe. I knew I was forgetting something, guys. Knew I was forgetting something. I just didn't know what it was. We've got 10% ethereal resist from sleeping in this house. We're gonna have 30% from our buff, so 40 in total. It's not amazing, but it seems okay. I like to have more than that for this guy. This guy does a lot of ethereal damage. Those backstabs look like they go straight into their skull. Yeah, they kind of do. I think the pick looks the best. The Rondel dagger, that thing is so long, it definitely goes directly into him. My poison damage, my poison resist isn't amazing either, but here's the thing. The healing from the blood sigil leech is definitely going to counter that. That I'm not too worried about. I think we're in. I think Endbreaker Forest is a guaranteed win here, as long as we play it correctly. Caldera, I don't know about yet. Caldera is always up in the air. It could be a hoot, or it could be a holler. Or it could be a hoot and a holler. A little bit of both. Turn off my lantern. Oh, he almost caught me. Almost caught me lacking. Are you ready, sir? If you turn around, you get parried. If you don't, you get backstabbed. Yes. Look for your friend. Why is he on the ground? Think about it for a moment. Think real hard about it. Goodbye. They have rations, too, because I'd like to just leave from Burning Tree to Caldera. That's, like, the best route I could take. Kind of annoying that I do all of the arena bosses in the same order every time. It's just what I feel comfortable in doing. I think I was doing Levant first last time, though, so this is a little bit of a change-up. Pretty sure we started with Trog Queen. Trog Queen is always a cool fight. It can really spiral out of your hands quickly, but just because of the way it is, it feels like a fun one. As long as you can avoid the poison balls, it's pretty interesting. Feels like it has more of an actual mechanic than some of the other fights. Elite Beast Golem is mostly just a dodge and don't get hit. So that infinite heal can be rough to work with. The person that came up with the Weber design should get demoted. Yep. Yep. My primary complaint with Outward 2 next time is just going to be like, why are the Webers in the game still? I'm sure that'll be super helpful and enjoyable for the devs to listen to. Probably not. Might not want to do that. Might lose most of my credibility. Oh, there's a crab I seed right here. What? There's one right here. How did I not know this? You don't have to go all the way around. Just come up with the most basic and unimportant complaint of all time. Actually, when I walk and then I wear different shoes, it sounds similar. I don't like it. I don't like that. Every individual sandal should have their own noise. Did I ever do this dungeon? I think I did. I did the dungeon, but I didn't do the puzzle. I think I have to kill all the shell horrors to even get in here. Unless I could go through the back. I think it's locked, though, till you do that. What about Zorn's dagger? Is that full? Yes, I repaired it. It's fully repaired. And let me see. We're doing Zorns. We'll go Blessed, of course. Need to do this quick enough for my tent buff to last, but tent buffs stay a long time. That shouldn't be a problem. Catch you later, Nast. Thanks for sticking around, bro. We only have a couple left, actually. We have 6 bosses left in total, I believe. We're getting there. Might do this or deathless. Might do a deathless. We're pretty close. What? Half HP? Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, I forgot. I go directly through blocks. Haha. That is a huge advantage to AoEs. If you're really not a fan how enemies block a lot in this game, which it's usually the more humanoid enemies. Immaculates, humans, and what else blocks? I think that's it. They do block a lot, but if you have this, it just goes right through it. Is the door open? No, it is not. Okay, so we will have to do the whole dungeon, which is fine. It's not a problem. I can wipe out this dungeon pretty quickly. Since I can 3-hit the enemy, I think we'll be alright. Something tells me we'll be okay. I'd like to fight you in the main room, though. Corruption is slowly building up. I believe the fight is in corruption, so the less of that I have, the better. Watch this absolute amazing parry. So, I thought he was going to do a run attack, and he didn't. He tripped me up. Can I get a backstab, though? Big backstab. What was he doing? He just sat there for multiple seconds. Doesn't he know that leaves me an opening? Where is this guy? Oh, there you are. There you are, friend. Oh, come on, Dagger. Why are we missing? It's not in the rulebook. One really good backstab, game over. Game over. I need some type of healing. The blast is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. I think the blast is larger than Gep's blade is. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but it feels like it is, because I haven't used that blade in a while. But it is gigantic. Get the Virgin Halberd with the AoE. Oh, what does Moonswipe look like with the Halberd? How? You deserve that. That was some disgusting camera manipulation I just did. Not even sure how I did it. I did it by accident. I just kind of flipped the camera and instantly was ready. Yeah, it does feel very large. It might be bigger. I'm not sure. And the mini-boss is already dead, so this is open. Oh, wait. No, I didn't need to do that the whole time. I guess if I want to go out that way. Ah. Whoops. Oh, well. So, let's think. I need to poison myself. I need to then buff up rather quickly, so we'll poison last. And then the weapon that I want to use could be this dagger. This dagger is good against him. Could be Zorn's. I was just going to use Gilded Shiver, though. Pretty sure he's just weak to Ethereal. I'll try Zorn's. Zorn's could be a cool one. Just because I think he is weak slightly to lightning. Alright, this is a stealth buff for sure. Matthew said, if you're bored, you should enchant the Virgin Chakram with an AoE enchant. Can you do that? I didn't even know there was a Virgin Chakram. What? That sounds like it'd be awesome. I never grabbed more Dark Stones. Dang it. Hopefully 4 is enough. That was another thing I meant to grab. I should only need a single Dark Varnish for this fight. Attack buff up. Shimmer Potion. We are going to go with a Spirit Varnish. Not sure what the temperature is in this fight. Do I have this buff? I don't think I do. Alright, ready? Crouch. Take a crab eye seed to poison ourselves. Forget that I don't have water. And now we should be able to enter. Oh, it's in debug. I got you. I was going to say, I didn't remember seeing a virgin chakram. Dreamer Immaculate. This guy can be tricky. He's got a lot of HP. 3, 2, 1. He did see me, but he didn't laser me, so that gives me time to pop the blood sigil. And then instantly hit him with this. Nice. Okay, blood leech is already in play. Nah, you're not gonna get me with that. Should I lock on or not lock on? I think it's a no lock on situation. It's hard to tell. Oh, look at the strafe. No lock on strafing with that. That's huge. Parry. Beautiful. Don't have any status on my weapon this time outside of the blood leech, so I'm just focusing on doing actual damage. It's kind of the perfect weapon since he does tend to block. Oh, they hit me that time. I life-stealed it. Stay right here in the sigil. That's perfect. That is perfect. This guy's kind of easier to play against when you don't have to lock on. I don't know why. That attack is really tough to dodge, though. You can easily get behind him. Just double dodge. Keep the screen focused on him. Ah, that was so close. He almost had me there. Almost got me with the poke. Another AoE damage. I think I'm mostly getting just the AoE and not the actual lightning, because he does seem to be blocking a lot of it. Ouch. Oh, barely dodged it. Barely dodged it. So he never stood a chance. Got absolutely crushed. That might be the cleanest fight we've had. I got hit twice, but that was really clean. I loved that fight. That was awesome, actually. Just don't lock on, dodge to the right, and then move in slightly to the left and just attack like that. Pretty good. Pretty darn good. Backstab him. Ah, that would have been cool, but I don't know if I had a good opportunity to backstab. Did I? Can't think of any. Maybe after one of his turn attacks I could have. I'm not sure. Unless the backstab opportunity is very, very clear and obvious, sometimes it's hard to take. Oh, it's not actually corrupted in here. I thought it was for some reason. Burning Man is the last base game arena boss. Should be relatively easy. About to find out. I had about 4 chances for a backstab. Why did I not take it? I just completely forgot about it, I guess. No way I had 4 chances and didn't take it. Well, here's the thing. I was trying not to lock on. I think that's what it was. I was trying not to lock on. And hitting backstab without the camera locked on is a little tricky. Darn, that's on my B, guys. I could have killed him even faster. Sorry. They should have recipes for the boss items. The boss... Here's what they should have done with Definitive Edition. So the boss items, they changed to be dropped by also the elite enemies, or the mini-bosses. That's great. But here's the thing. The arena bosses, after you kill them, they drop a chest. The chest should have a recipe. It should have 1 recipe in the chest. So then after you do every single arena boss, you'll have, what, 19 different recipes? Or maybe copies of some, but you'll have a bunch of recipes. You could at least look into making something. You had a marble great axe for your great axe run. Yeah. Marble great axe is okay, I think. I don't know if it's one of the ones that does confusion. I think only a few of the marble weapons do. It's the Morning Star, And the shield that I've used a lot. I'm not sure if the Great Axe does. Let's double check that I have Sunfall Axe. I have Sunfall Axe. I'm going to use Gilded Shiver on the Burning Man, and then I have an Ice Varnish. So like I said, I think the best strategy here is walk in, try for a stealth. If a stealth works, I could put a Sigil behind the Burning Man, and then hit him with the Blood Leech immediately. Then I can go for the horses. The horses we already know are going to be terrible. I mean, the hitboxes with this is just going to be bad. Maybe I should backstab one of them. Get that guy out of the way if I have stealth. It's also not bad. It does not deal confusion. It's so weird. Why do some marble weapons deal confusion and others don't? Watch this sneak attack. It's going to be beautiful. Just a lone Burning Man. Minding his business. How did he see me? Doesn't matter. He's 3 hits away from death anyway. So this is the boss where we're going glass cannon mode. We have the best damage possible for him. He has the best damage possible for us. Because we are weak to fire. By a little bit. Let me see how much corruption I have. I have probably too much. I got 4 dark stones for this fight in particular. That should be plenty. That should be plenty. And if this is my stealth buff, let's take that now. Let's see. Get the foods out of the way. I've got plenty of mana. So fire and ice. I think that's the only buff I need. I don't need the other boons. Could take decay in case I need Manticore Dagger. Take that. This gives me something. More stealth. Then I'll swap to the Ice Varnish. And I think it's another arena that's hot. Now we can take our final 2 potions. Actually, a bracing potion could be good too. Status resist. I mean, I'm immune to the fire, but... Okay, are we ready? I think so. I forgot to duck. Out of all the 19 endgame bosses, which is your favorite? Dreamer Immaculate. I love the Dreamer Immaculate, actually. They did, in fact, see me. Whoops. I need that Blood Leech on him immediately. Let's just pop this down right here. We're going to pull him over to it. Avoid the horses, if at all possible. Blood Leech has been applied, folks. We're officially in the fight. We're immune to burn damage because of my new Singfroid enchant that I never take. If I could get another Blood Leech on these two, I will be golden. There it is. There's the third. Yes, I got it. Oh, fireballs. It's a dodge fest. Still doing okay so far. Gotta get this horse out of the way. Move in close, that should miss me. That's a bit of a nightmare. Yep, I got Blood Leech. It's keeping me alive. Almost dead. One more. There we go. Okay, horse and Burning Man. This is a lot more doable. What just hit me? Ah, ha, ha, ha. I'm supposed to dodge that. Why'd I get staggered by the horse into this guy's attack? Can't hit the horse anymore. Move him into Sigil, see if I get more damage. The horse is being protected by the Burning Man. The Burning Man is staggering with really bad attacks. Okay, another one of these. He's officially at half health, so this is where the fight gets really tough. Dodge 3 times to the side. Come on, get him. Got him. He's out of the way. Okay, Blood Leech still active. I did just heal. See what he does. Move in. There's the fireball. There's the other Blood Leech proc, so that's still active. Come on. Parry. Nice parry. Now we can dodge the fireballs. I think if I do this, should work. That was okay. Got him. Sang-Froid is a monster, folks. Sang-Froid kept me from burning. That thing's awesome. That's an enchant that I definitely like for this fight. Immunity to burning. Fight's so stressful. You gotta be just on your toes the entire time. The horses have to die, and they just did not want to die that time. They did not want to die. I missed like 7 different dagger attacks. They were staggering me into his attacks. Ugh. Holy Sang-Froid. Yeah, Sang-Froid is amazing. Definitely an underrated enchantment. I've never used that one before. I feel like it's pretty big. Pretty big. Immunity to fire is pretty nice. I never really cared for it, but yeah. Not too shabby. I use Sang-Froid for a Blaze Fist build. I'll have to try that. Can you not get blazed if you use that? 'Cause that would be pretty convenient. Sang-Froid is my favorite chest piece enchant. That's the thing, though. Does Blaze count as burn? I thought Blaze was a separate status effect. That's why I never thought it worked with that. Maybe I was wrong. Or does Blaze apply you with burn when it's on the ground? I don't know. I don't use Blaze very often, so I'm not sure. Back to Caldera. We beat every arena boss without dying except for Caldera so far. The worst fight was the Elite Beast Golem, Crescent Sharks. Those two were it. Those two were really the only bad fights. Blaze requires burn. If you're immune to burn, you can't catch it. I thought Blaze... You know whenever you apply Blaze to an enemy and then they have a fire trail? That's what catches you on fire. I thought that caught you on Blaze instantly. Does that catch you on fire and then Blaze? Might have to do a Blaze build again. I'm forgetting how it exactly works. I, for some reason, thought that you instantly got it as soon as you walked in it. If so, Sang-Froid would be really good to enchant early. And then use Blaze for the whole game. Just enchant and then Legacy chest that. That would be big. Imagine Blaze early on in the game. Vendival Fortress would get wiped out. What's up, Sirius? Greetings from Germany. Hello. What's the word hello in German? Is it Auf Wiedersehen or is that goodbye? I think goodbye is Auf Wiedersehen. I don't know the word welcome. Not sure. The fire spots can only cause burning. Oh, so those build up burn. So yeah, Sang-Froid would be perfect. Kind of huge. I didn't know that. Also adds like 2 to 3 barrier and that... Oh, adds 2 to 3 barrier and that makes you immune to the fire spots. Gotcha. What's up, Andro? I thought for sure we were going to get it there, guys. I thought for sure. I was thinking in my head, Lightweight Alchemy Kit coming up. But no. Which one should we do first? Do we do Gargoyles first? I could do Gargoyles into Tor Crab into Grandmother. Yeah, Auf Wiedersehen is goodbye. It means kind of see us again. Hello is just hello. Oh, okay.
Greetings, friend.
Yeah, I'm not super up to date on my German. As in, I don't know any German, but at the moment I was remembering that word, so I was wondering maybe I had it right. Well, whenever you eventually leave the stream, I'll have already said Auf Wiedersehen, so there you go. I've already prepared. Cannon pistol. Yeah, let's do Gargs first, guys. Let's do Gargs first. I think that would be a fun shake-up. I usually do them second to last. Second to last, because they are very tough. I believe it's joy and misery of others or something like that. Oh, that word. Yeah, German is one of those languages where it is actually very interesting to watch people speak it because it sounds very... I don't know the word, but it's very aggressive and unique compared to a lot of other languages, but I do not know very many German words. So a close-range blaze build is viable. Also, I only recently learned that damage buffs do, in fact, improve DOTs. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure they do. I believe, yeah, so the best way that helps you is if you do a Trog run and you go with the Plague Spear, the decay damage is buffed by decay buff. So that actually does quite a bit. That's a pretty nice buff. Zoo says, Guten Tag is good day, just like Guten Morgen is good morning. But if you're in the south, it's just Tag or Morgen. Okay, alright. I'm learning German today. What very little German I think I know, I believe I heard in that one episode from Community. They have like it's 2 episodes where they have Germans on the show. That is the very minuscule German that I know. Can't think of any other show where they speak that. I don't know. Okay, what do I need, guys? Voltaic vines, chromium shards, and what else? Is it petrified organs? It's either petrified organs or it's the other crystal. I can't remember. This whole time I thought they didn't. Turns out I was wrong, so I immediately started cooking again. Nice, dude. Yeah, no, that adds a lot to builds for sure. I can't believe you just told me that about Blaze. I, for some reason, thought that as soon as you stepped in the fire, it just instantly blazed you. Probably what happened is I tested it one time and then just came up with an assumption and then moved on. Because it's still not a build people use most often, so I just didn't care that much. But that's very interesting. Actual foods that buff you! That's crazy! What? Caldera having good food. Impossible. I notice every other region does not have food I really care about. They do, but not food that I care about during this process, where I want to instantly buy and cook. Vagabond tartine. Now I need 2 pieces of bread. There you are. Oh, I'm missing an alpha meat. I know I have alpha meat in here somewhere. I had a bunch of them at one point. Should I make bouillon? I might make some bouillon. Do I have any bones? That is an attack up buff, which I believe helps all of my physical damage. Bouillon? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. How many do I have? I think I had 2. So I need that many. Check this out. What's up, Fed? How's it going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bouillon. Incredible food. I don't need all of that, though. 21 bouillon is a bit much. It's a bit much. Did anybody ever check that gargoyle for me? It was chromium shards, voltaic vines, and I think petrified organs. I think. Where are my chromium shards? Brother, if I could just find stuff in this chest, that would be fantastic. Here it is. Fell in love with Outward by watching your videos. Currently making a Holy Mission tank build. Ooh, one of my favorites. I love the Holy Mission tanks. Those are awesome. Hopefully you enjoy it. That is a fun playstyle for sure. I need to cook the water out of those, don't I? It's vines, shards, and organs. Okay, so I was correct. Thank you. Dude, I have to do each individually? Are we kidding? What are we doing right now? I have vines, organs, shards. Good. I need to sleep, get my tent buff. What else? What else? What else? I don't know. I need more dark stones. That is essential for the build. More dark stones. But yeah, tank runs, man. Those are my favorites. I love tank runs. Honestly, I'm finding that that's kind of my preferred way to play a game. I play a lot of RPGs that way. It's just go heavy armor, lots of lifesteal, health regen stats if I could get it, and then just tank everything. Why? I don't know. It does tend to be very effective, though. How we looking? I'm going to go with probably pure cold damage. Yeah, that'll be the best bet. Dark stones. Put Sunfall Axe back in there. Put my money back in there. What else do I have that's super heavy? Not really sure. Don't need 7 health pots, maybe. I'm 2 pounds overweight. What on earth do I do? Ah. Get rid of the jerky. Yep, that's what it was. Do not need that jerky. Actually, do I have enough varnishes? I think I had a bunch of ethereal, because I got more ethereal when I went to the Cabal Hermit. Not the Cabal Hermit. Cabal Wind Temple. Scarlet Emissaries do indeed have a lot of HP, Nest. They are really tough to kill. How are we looking? I think we're pretty solid for this fight. It's going to be very tricky, but here's the thing. Usually with gargoyles and how they play, you can only move in for a single attack anyway. This won't be that different. I'm going to go buffs first. These guys deal very little elemental damage. I believe decay and some fire. Because they have fire on their AoE attack. Unless that's pure ethereal, which it could be. Then I want to apply my own spirit varnish. I think I already have the buffs from this. No, I did not have them. How we looking? We like that? I think I like that. Double take water, and then let's do this. Turn the lantern off. Enter the fight. You shouldn't see me. In case you're still wondering what stealth training does for your status, I looked it up in the side loader. It gives negative 20 detectability and negative 18 visual detectability. Interesting. So that's why it's a little bit easier to actually get out of the line of sights, because the visual detectability is better? Or no, it's worse. I don't know, that's confusing. There he is. The Great Gargoyle. Blood sigil has been popped. Wait for the backstab. Here it is. Yes! Beautiful damage. Now we need the lantern, because I can't see crap. Go for it. There's the blood leech. Oh, my game stuttered. Okay, I'm good now. Game did not like that. Gotta really get out of that running attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The hammer attack's great. He doesn't do it very often, though. If I could parry, it would look cool. I don't see myself parrying this guy. Like that attack right there, how are you parrying that? It's good move-in time, though. Oh, I almost parried. If I was in the right place, I could have done it. That's a rough attack. Get out of there. Easy. Let's move in for the second guy. Turn our lantern off. Go for the backstab. Got it. Very nice. Turn the lantern back on. Pop another blood sigil. Wait till he's inside. Yes, got him. Okay, he's taking damage. I just need to avoid the projectiles. Ah, that last one got me. That blows up forever. I don't know why. I tried to parry there again, too. I don't have enough time after I cast, or after I roll. 4, 5? They blow up 6 times? 7 times? 8 times? That's absurd. I did not know they blew up that much. I can go for 1 right now. Yeah, let's just run away from that. That is not a safe attack. Which is fine. We got plenty of time here. Don't need to be greedy. Let's roll behind him. There it is. Can move in right after that, too. Excellent. 1, 2, maybe? 2 attacks. Sweet. Got him. Now we gotta dodge this, though. That blows up way too many times. This guy we could probably not buff for. I'm gonna do it anyway. This guy can be a pain. Probably just the minor buffs, though. Like ethereal damage and water. Let me put down another blood sigil. And then I'll sneak up on this guy, too. Here we go. I'm behind him. Might be able to go for one more. Yep, I got one more attack in there. Come over here, buddy. You are in for quite the time here. That's actually pretty solid damage for the first couple of hits. Unfortunately, this guy's very slow. Ooh, that was really close to me getting hit. And now you got Blood Leech. I parried that from that far away? How? I did not feel like that was going to connect. Oh, I ate it. Life regen's going to get me up there. Life steal, I should say. What you got? Another barrier? The barrier, I don't think, does a ton. I'm not sure how the Blood Leech affects the barrier. Usually you have to break it by dealing a bunch of damage. But it might just be a physical resistance, because the elemental seems to be cutting through it just fine. I'd love to get another backstab. It's just so tricky on these guys. Ah, I had it right there if I could have just rolled that. Nope. Turns way too fast. I got him right here. And you're dead. Gargoyles, not too bad. Not too bad. The third guy was by far the worst. He just had so much defense, I think. He wasn't really that bad, but he took forever compared to the other two. The other two were really quick. Alright, that is one of the harder fights done as well. 3 left to go, folks. 3 left to go. Sounded more like a backbreaker than a stab. Yeah, it's meaty on the gargoyles. It's just shing. A nice quick shing. I just saw a spider run across my desk, and for a brief moment, I had a mini heart attack. I'm good now. I'm back. It was a small one. Small heart attack. I've recovered. It's all good. Next up, we do Tor Crab. Tor Crab requires gelatin.
Can I help you?
Unfortunately, that means we need to probably skip time. So let's put all our food in here. That's usually the easiest way to get this, I'm pretty sure. Vagabond gelatin costs 40. I need 2 of them. Hopefully he sells 2. He can sell 2 of them. Sometimes it's just 1, though.
So, what are we working? This is a relief.
Why you're not using Combat HUD, Sheen? For all the challenge runs that are not like a modded specific challenge run, I just don't use mods. I like to keep them the base. I think if you're doing a challenge run format, it works better to do the base game, so you can't be accused of doing like slight cheating and things like that. Like I could download the sample mod too. That would make things easier, but it would also make it so I'd have less chances of dying. You know, and the point of the challenge runs is to specifically see how a type of weapon would perform under the normal game circumstances, so I avoid it for them. Maybe if we do a modded run, though. Actually, no, I thought about this. If we do the Hex run, you guys could tell me what you think about it. The hex only run, the only problem with it is it's actually hard to tell which hexes are on an enemy sometimes. So maybe we do the combat HUD mod.
We're grateful to you.
That way it's a lot easier to see them, because they do pop up and show you every hex you have. We could do it without, for sure. But visually, it might look better if we have it. I'm down for either. I don't really need combat HUD for it, but it might be interesting, because that's the time where combat HUD really shines, because you would see so many status effects. Do a modded run? Yeah, I do plan to do a modded run eventually. I don't know when we'll do it, but I would. I'd agree to that. Yeah, I think it would just be nicer to see, you know? You wouldn't have to really try as hard to see what hex is on. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't make the gameplay easier if I know or not. Vagabond Gelatin. I then need, how many? 8 blue sand? It's a lot of blue sand. For the grandmother fight. I'll do 10 just in case. Or 11, I guess. Now I need to grab my other good foods that I had in here. This should be the last outing until we do the final fight. Let's grab all our good stuff. That should be it. Now I need to sleep in a tent for that buff. And then... do I have enough water? I should have enough water. That makes sense with the hexes. I think so. I just, you know, I mean, hexes are just visually very cluttering. And then that would give it a really nice line of buffs that you could see. That was always my favorite part of the combat HUD, is you just get to see so many things applied to the enemy. Especially if you play co-op and you're both using different builds and applying different statuses. You can get 12-some things on an enemy. It looks kind of crazy. Off to the fight. Let's do it. Tor Crab, then Grandmother, I think. Is that the way I want to do this? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Do I have the varnishes? I got fire, I've got decay. I need a single ethereal. Yes, this is doable. It's 8 blue sand. Look at me knowing my stuff. How'd I do it, Cyber? That's fine. I grabbed 11 just in case anyway. The no weapon, no magic run. Yeah. If we did that run, it would probably be no magic and no mana. What do you have access to? Grenades, traps, things like that. I do think a grenade only run would be sick. It would be very painful to get through, but it'd be extremely interesting just to see how good the grenades actually are, because we all know nobody really uses grenades that much. The end game grenades just kind of sit there, taunting me. I would love to know how good they are. Tor Crab is very weak to decay. Let's go Manticore Dagger. Grenades also have a very fun strategy for those of you who don't know. Most of you probably do, but the way grenades work is you can actually use them while blocking with a shield. So if you hold up a shield in front of you, you can not lock on and look kind of directly at your feet, and you can throw a grenade directly under you, and the enemy will blow up from it. It's the best way to use grenades by far. The only problem is if they decide to circle around you or move, you can still miss. Said I don't recommend it. I've done it, and it's a pain in the axe. Pun intended. Yes, the pain in the axe. Weapon. Very cool weapon. Didn't know that? Yeah, no, you can absolutely throw them directly over the shield. It's pretty cool. Very safe kind of turtle playstyle. We're gonna have to fight any horses on the way? I would hope not. On the wiki, the Tor Crab is 40% weak to ice and neutral to decay. Oh, he's actually really weak to ice. Why do I always use decay on him? I'm going to still use Manticore Dagger to apply the status, and then I'll use an ice varnish. How's that sound? Because, oh, I know why I use it. It's hard to hit him. Once you get a couple of hits off, he covers the whole map in giant AoEs, so I always use status. Said, dude, what? I'm going to try that. Yeah, do it. It's pretty cool. So you're not going to do the grenade run then? Because it sounds like torture. What's up, Shaw? It does sound like torture, but what are content creators for, if not exploring the torturous side of a video game? Am I right? How about a Scarlet set run? Maybe. I don't like that set, though. Maybe. I know somebody said at one point it'd be cool if we did like a max element type of run, where we take each element and max it. I'm kind of down for that idea. That's something similar. Because that armor set would max it. Horse, if you don't get out of the way... Goodbye. Oh, it's the emissary. No. Should I fight him? I have to fight the other one already. Let's just stealth and I'll fight the other one. I'm rolling. Stealth on by. I'm safe. For now. Said, backstab. I might try it, Shaw. I don't know. If I get really bored with the game, I'll do it. I also learned that staves double the elemental bonuses they give, so Revenant Moon is actually 70%. Oh, that's pretty big. That is a pretty big boost. We gotta kill this guy, so let's use the ice dagger. Ugh, that's hard to say. Or we could go Rondel Dagger. Could go Rondel Dagger. Let's go Galvanic for once. I never use this thing. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. I just never get a chance to use it. I think the pain might give me an advantage. Let's do that buff and fire defense. Where is he? I have never, ever seen a plant sample right there. There's a plant sample and a rock sample in here. And usually when I come in here, I find nothing. So that's cool. The Scarlet Emissary. Lock on. Do not lock on. Don't do it again. Do not do it again. Huge mistake. That is how I almost died last time to these guys. Lock on is horrific against them for the dagger. Don't know why. I really just hate this area that he's in, and he doesn't want to leave it either. It's a bad area. I could opportunistic strike. Let's get out of here, dude. Yeah, let's just leave that. That's such a bad area. Could go for a parry if he does an AoE. Not that AoE. Let's go for another attack. Oh my word. Right here? Yes, it actually staggered. Is this an AoE? Oh man, that is a brutal attack. Because you prepare for his AoE, he doesn't do it, and then you're stuck. Now I get ectoplasm. Now I get ectoplasm. Of all things to give me now is 2 samples and ectoplasm in this cave. Last time I play Outward, the disrespect. What's up, Faithless? Would throwing lamps count as a no weapons run? If we're doing a complete no weapons, yeah, I think throwing lamps would count. Those aren't actually a weapon type, I don't think. On the wiki, they are not counted as a weapon type. Time to buff up. What do I want? Probably some Boyan would help, because I am using physical damage this time. Could go with that. Maybe some of this. That's like weak stamina, I believe. Yeah, that's actually bad. There's fire damage, cold damage, and then I need decay. Maybe ethereal. I don't know if ethereal's in this or not. I don't think so. Make sure I got enrage. What else? What else? What else? Temperature control might be important in this fight. And then let's do a stealth. Maybe we could stealth this guy. It's possible. Turn the light off. Duck. See what happens. If we could get a backstab, this would be pretty good. In a hypothetical world that is shield plus grenade build happens, what skill tree would you go? Skill trees would be damage skill trees. So probably Hex Mage for the tired debuff, Cabal Hermit, and honestly, I would definitely go Rogue Engineer so I could carry a lot more grenades at once. Otherwise, you're going to have to put them in your pocket. That'd be horrible. I think there's a mod called Quests of Ari that adds some mini quests and events to the world. I don't remember if I tried that or not. That does sound interesting. He doesn't see me. The stealth build is back yet again. Insta poison proc. Now we need to get him inside this sigil right here. Wow. So the whole sigil plan? Yeah, he just voided that. What if I put another one down? Come here, you. Ooh, I see how it is. Backing up. Come here. Get into the circle. No, I almost had him. He's close. Why? The backing up. He's almost in it. There he is. There it is. I got him. Run. I think I got the blood leech. I did. We could eat the melee. Don't eat the magic, but the melee isn't terrible. So I've got 2 statuses applied. That is usually how I beat this guy. Because of this monstrosity of a AoE encounter. Look at that damage I took for 1 second of being in there. The backing up, dude. Stop backing up. Could you please, for just a moment, work with me here? Run away, run away. I mean, he's going to die to status, most likely, because I cannot move in there. Or a really nice parry hit. That's good, too. Watch out for the AoEs. 3, 2, and 1. I was pretty close on that counter. This fight is absolute chaos. Apply the status and run. That would be why I don't use his ice damage. Now I remember. Now I remember why I go with poison. It's the only thing that does anything in that fight. It's a cool arena, though. Look, the fire and ice. It looks really neat. I wish they did more with that. Like, maybe a dungeon in the game has it. Because it looks pretty cool. But yeah, Quests of Ari. I don't remember if I tried that or not back when I was trying mods. It's been a couple years. Probably 4 years since I tried mods. Might be interesting to look at. I like the sound of it. Two bosses left to go. The next one is the Grandmother, the most inconsistent fight in the game, and after that is the most consistent fight in the game. Elite Crimson Avatar. I will split him in 2. Can't remember what he's weak to. I think it's a lightning. I might be able to use the Zorn's Dagger. I think it's negative 20% lightning resist. Also, stealth is king, by the way. I have done 2 separate... No, not 2. Probably more than 2. But the last couple of runs, I've done 2 that use stealth, and it has been insane. The stuff that I've gotten away with is ridiculous. Any tips for Crimson Avatar? Tips for Crimson Avatar are tricky because it is more of a just kind of react to what you see kind of fight, but I will say this. There are 2 really, really good times to go attack him, and all of the rest of them are not good. So first off, the way this game works is if an enemy has an AoE, that is counted as a skill most of the time. And skills are on cooldowns just like your skills are on cooldowns. So in theory, the Crimson Avatar has this AoE attack, right? Where he summons a giant bubble, and it'll chase you down and hit you. If you're next to him when he summons that bubble, it will also apply you with a really nasty debuff. I don't remember what it is, but it's pretty bad. That is one of his worst attacks. It hurts your melee build the most because it doesn't allow you to get close. However, if you bait that attack out by getting close to him and then dodging away. After he does it, he cannot repeat it again for at least a little bit. I don't know exactly how long, but I would at least say 6, maybe 8 seconds-ish. That's plenty of time to run in and melee more often than not, right? Another good attack opportunity is every time he lasers. That's a pretty obvious tell. He does a large sweeping laser, right? I think he starts from the right side to the left side. So dodge his laser. And if you can kind of learn how to correctly dodge it to get next to him, dodge diagonally towards him, close in the space, and hit him a bunch right after that laser. That's a really, really good opening. And then the third opening, which I wouldn't really recommend to people most of the time. You can only really pull it off if you are really tight about it. I've messed it up. When he summons the orbs, right? There's 6 orbs in total. There's 3 on each side of him. You can actually get in between those orbs, right? While he's summoning that, and get at least 3 or 4 hits in. Now, like I said, that one's kind of tricky, because if you mess up the spacing, you instantly get knocked into the orbs. But that is a 100% safe attack if you can learn it. That one's really, really good. Outside of that, it's a lot of running around to avoid the stuff. And the other thing I'll say is those orbs that he summons, what they do is they spread out. So they start in a small circle, and as they go around, they continually spread out. So your job constantly throughout the fight is to get inside the circle. Once you're in the circle, that is not a threat anymore. He'll jump to you, or you'll wait for him to move towards you. Then you can begin meleeing or magicking, whatever you're doing. But if those orbs are in play and you're not in the middle, you shouldn't be doing anything else but going to the middle of them. That is priority number 1. Because those will throw you off big time. And you can accidentally dodge into them, and it gets even worse, actually. If you get hit by his magic attacks specifically, it actually buffs his damage. So the orbs being more chaotic can really quickly spiral you. But that's the most I probably have to say about that, that guy. He's a very fun fight, but there's just a lot of stuff you gotta learn, because he has multiple different attacks. I think it's around 15 seconds. That's actually pretty good. That's even better than I thought. I was gonna say 8. But yeah, all enemies in the game have a cooldown on their skills, just like you have on yours. And if you can figure out what the cooldowns are, you can figure out the attack opportunities a lot better. Some of them are really low. The best example I'll give is Tor Crabs. They have a fireball attack. You might be like, oh, that just went on cooldown because he used it. Yeah, not really, because it's probably a 2 to 3 second cooldown. He can use it almost immediately after. That one's kind of quick. There's a couple others like that, but you tend to notice it as you play a lot of the game, you know, when the enemies use certain attacks and how often they do it. But it's always with giant AoEs. Those are the skill moves. Those are the skill moves. Alright, let's use Gilded Shiver for this cave, and then we'll do the fight. Did I bring the blue sand with me? I did. Crimson Avatar is one of my favorite fights of all time. I think it's a great boss fight, but it is got a lot of details to it. I think the real problem is that it's quick to... It's one of those spiraling down situations. The second you take damage, you instantly go into panic mode, and then as soon as you panic, you're just dead almost immediately. Because it's harder to find your opportunities to attack, and it's harder to dodge out of attacks. As long as you can stay calm, that fight is pretty fun. You could also just use totems, too. If you're really struggling, totems wipe him out very quickly. And they mean you don't need to get close to him, so you could just range him from far away. Which is a lot easier, because melee is really where it's tricky because of that AoE attack. Letter, welcome back. Don't you turn around. Don't you do it. The backstab away... I mean, in what world did he just turn around at the perfect time? In what world does that happen? I'm probably good to buff. So what do we think for this fight? It's definitely a Manticore situation. Because I'm going to need that poison damage. What else? Fire damage? Probably burning. Probably burning. I'm not going to get a lot of health back from this fight. That's the worst part. These guys don't have very much HP. In fact, a life leech outside of dealing damage probably is terrible here. I don't see it being any good. Let me see. Grandmother fight. That's all those buffs. I definitely need a mana pot. I've got plenty of sigils. I'm definitely taking that too. Maybe mana regen. How we looking? Do we think that's enough? Yeah. If I could stealth this, actually, I might get a kill as soon as I enter. Let's see. If I can get a kill as soon as I enter, I'm going for the witch. The witch is the worst in this fight. The melee guy actually doesn't do much. At least the last time I fought him, he didn't. Are we ready? Here we go. They don't see me. They do not see me. Put down the blood sigil. They're looking my direction. Going for the witch. Backstab. Yes! Okay, that's perfect. Started out with a kill. Very nice. Get him inside the sigil. That's what I need. Don't set the trap. Don't dodge. Alright, melee guy is out. We cannot fight him much. He is going to infinitely dodge. Pull her in there. She's in right now. This is tricky. This is tricky. They're going to dodge a lot. I'm going to have to dodge pretty well too, but the traps are what's going to mess me up. There it is. Alright, I got him. Now, how do I go for the mage? When she does lightning, beautiful opportunity. Probably the best I'm going to get. There's the AoE. I think she's poisoned, not burnt. I'm close to a burn. One more. There's the burn. So witch is going to die. I really just can't attack the melee guy. He's going to dodge so much. I mean, look at that. He dodged instantly. Pop another sigil. Now go for the melee guy. That's the blood leech that I'm looking for. That was so close. If that would have hit, that would have been so good. One more. I do have poison on her. Oh no, I got comboed. Do I have healing? I have really good healing. Let's get over here. All that whole side is trapped up. I don't like that. Hit him a couple of times. Got her in mid-dodge roll. I do not like the stagger. We're doing alright, but I gotta be real patient with this fight, unfortunately. Got her. Mainly because of this guy right here. Melee me. Melee me. Melee! Of course, now he melees. Alright, AI. Alright, AI. What are we doing? He died? The mage is really easy once that guy's out of play. Just has to do something. There's 2 attacks. Okay. I am in a slight death spiral. I need to hit somebody with blood leech. Doesn't matter who. Probably the melee guy. He will ever get near me. Right there. Dang it. That was so close. Why'd he dodge? The status effects are staggering the mage. It's funny. Do something. Do something. I got her with a blood leech. I'm healing up my poison now, but she's going to die soon. Now what? There we go. Yeah, for some reason, status effects, while they don't stagger, they do in this fight. Not really sure how that works. Grandmother's dead. That means we need to kill them one last time. The mage does not want to stay in my sigil. Oh, that did a ton of damage. Hold on. Back up. Let's take this. That did a ridiculous amount of damage, and I did not see it coming. Come here. Stand in the sigil for me, please. Got her. I think it applied. Melee guy's dead. Just me and the mage. That's what I was looking for. You're toast now. You deserve it. You were annoying the whole fight. Got it with the backstab. Grandmother defeated! That is a hectic fight. I will say this, though. It is very fun. It's just that there's so much going on with the traps on the ground and the magic casts and the waves of impact and the 2 different enemies. It's very chaotic, but it is quite fun if you can manage to split them up a little bit. Whew, okay. That was a good one. That was a good win. We need one final boss fight. The Elite Crimson Avatar. Can I do it without dying? I'm feeling pretty good. What's up, Zug? How's it going? I feel like I can do it. I forget what he's weak to, though. I was pretty sure it was lightning, but... If I remember correctly, because he has so much HP, he might be really easy. If I could just apply the Blood Leech, he might just die on his own. We'll have to find out. What a fight and a half, boys. What a fight and a half. All I have is daggers. I'll say this about this run, though. I'm a little disappointed and yet also interested by the fact that the way we fought all these arena bosses is basically just a dagger slash. That's it. Opportunistic strike, while one of the most powerful moves in the game, is useless to me because it's better to just stick with one dagger. If I was swapping from Galvanic for the Pain into it, it'd be fine. But that just doesn't... It doesn't feel very good. So I get one parry, and then it's just over and over dagger slash. Maybe a backstab if I get a free opportunity. And what's crazy about that, with those limited options, we're this strong. Clearly, without the Blood Sigil life drain from the dagger slash, we would be in trouble. But I have enjoyed quite a bit just going, dude. It's a lot better than you would think. A lot better. Alright, off to New Sirocco. We gotta get our last couple of buffs prepared, and then we'll go to the... I gotta grab the tent, actually. Yeah, I gotta grab the Ethereal Totemic Tent, and then we'll head to the Ancient Dweller Cave. What's my physical defense? It might be kind of low. I got 40 physical defense. Negative 35 is gonna be rough. That's what you need to get inside the fight. Should be okay. Not sure how many Ancient Dwellers I have to kill to get down there, though. That might be a tad more annoying. Believe I have several lightning varnishes in my chest. Maybe I'll just use those. One final fight. Can we do it? I don't know. So really, if you do want to fight the arena bosses, I would actually recommend for your first time, if you're inclined to maybe try out the Dark Sigil, the Dagger Slash is probably the most broken thing in this game. It's not going to do the highest damage, because Decay builds can do the highest damage, but I would say that it might be the most broken outright thing in the game, because the healing and the damage over time is crazy. And so if you're struggling with arena bosses, from now on, I might genuinely recommend it. It seems pretty good. I don't know which dagger I would recommend, though. All of them, they're all good. Zorn's is amazing. Manticore is amazing. So is Red Lady's, Gilded. Vampiric, I would probably not get. While it is very good, there's too many other good options. It's not worth using compared to them. Rondel, I think the Rondel enchanted with unsuspected strength is the best option for the first quarter, maybe up to half of the game. After that, not really. The end game, you don't really need it. Breath of Darkness, I didn't do Breath of Darkness this time. Yeah, I did not do that quest this time. Rhonda with unsuspected strength and my beloved. Yeah, I do like that it doesn't have any durability. That was amazing. Infinite durability on a dagger is quite nice. They break not all that often, but it is common enough. Enough to matter, you know? I still think the worst is pistols. Pistols break so quick. Especially if you're making a pure pistol build, they just break instantly. I don't know about chakrams. I don't remember how bad their durability is. I can't remember off the top of my head. Imagine a Tsar dagger. A Tsar dagger would wipe the game. You would need no other weapon. I believe that's why they didn't give it to us. I wholeheartedly believe that. So foods, I should be good on. I have plenty of good foods at this point. It's the potions that I need to restock. The most important potion, not potion, but item, is the Ethereal Totemic Lodge to even get in the first place. Then I'm gonna need... Let's see, how many of those? None of those. I need all of my lightning. And I need 2 ice. How many ethereal do I have? I have no ethereal, so let's grab 3 of those. I really don't need 3, because it's just 1 guy. Let's go with pretty much everything I got. Stability I haven't been taking, and it doesn't really help. I could take a couple of shimmer potions for the actual ancient dwellers. That might help a lot. Take a couple of those. I've got enough panacea for sure. No problems there. No problems there. Let's get with a little bit of cooldown. Couldn't hurt. There we go. I got every buff in the game, probably. Maybe take more of those for the stealth. Stealth passive is quite good. I got enough water. I got the tent. Think I have everything I need for this. Let's use the Cali Gray tent for now. Leave that here, and then we'll go over there. Do I still have a plant tent? I know I had one. Yeah, I have one in my pocket. I started a new strategy. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I do tend to carry around my tent a lot. However, I found that the plant tent is so much better. Not necessarily for the buff, but in case you die and you need to rebuff by sleeping, just carrying a plant tent around is huge. You can heal yourself quickly. It weighs almost nothing. I mean, it saves so much space. It's very helpful. There's the water, and I need to take this to cure myself. I don't want to fight these guys while weak. I guess it doesn't matter because they do ethereal. How's our armor? Armor is full. Dagger needs repaired, but we'll do that when we get there. Here we go. Zorn's dagger. Time to shine. And it also takes care of your food and water. That too. That too. So if you're out somewhere and you can't find any good foods or waters to take, just plop that baby down, take a quick rest, you're good to go. Yeah, plant tents are a cheat code that I never really use, and I don't know why. And you can, I think, get them at the early game. I think you just have to buy them from the caravaner. I'm pretty sure he sells them. How much do they weigh? They weigh 0.2. Way better than 5 pounds. 0.2 is nothing. By the way, I'm really annoyed. I delayed my stream today so that I would, because it was supposed to rain. So I delayed it an hour, and it never rained. So that was a waste of my time. Can make your build a bit stronger by being tired? I could. But I found that the level of mana and stamina I have right now is kind of perfect. That's the problem I have with that passive. The elemental damage passive is crazy good from Lockwell's intervention. Crazy good. But I accept this level of balance between stamina and mana that's just perfect. And it's very hard for me to go against that. I think maybe if we do the Hex build, I'll try to maximize the elemental damage. Because that'll use that anyway, you know? It's also pretty fun to see on Rupture. I think Rupture does pure elemental damage. It should, if it doesn't. Believe it does. And you also get, I think, 0.2 mana regen from being very tired. It's not overly difficult to stay tired. You could take Lay Wilt. What's it called? Dreamer's Root? Dreamer's Root makes you tired. I think Poteen. Poteen makes you tired too. It either makes you tired or it makes you less tired. I don't remember. One of the two. Does physical damage on the Pain Hex, but otherwise it's all elemental. Gotcha. Yeah, so if we maximize our elemental damage as soon as possible, just walk through the game going pop, pop, pop with the hexes, that'd be awesome. Just imagine. Just cast for a little bit and go... Yoop. Here, think about this, though. Think about this. For the video, it would be so fast. Every fight would take 5 seconds. But for the stream series, it would take us forever, because we have to get all the hexes on the enemy. Every fight would get cut down by 2 minutes. Poteen does make you tired? I thought so. I think you could buy 2 of them from the Caravaner every time. Here we go. What do I want? I'm definitely going to go with a couple of boons here. You plan on using Rainbow Hex on Hex? I don't know what I want to do. Because here's what we could do. We could use the Rust Lich armor set. So we do no physical damage. We could break the Cerulean Saber, so it still does no damage, even less damage than none. And then we could use it to apply the hexes, but I don't know if that'd be breaking the rules. Because that technically would be using melee to apply the hex. The other strategy is what Cyber just said, which would be holding the Astral Bow and just casting from 20 meters away. Poteen is negative 25. Dreamer's Root is negative 15. Gotcha. Let's do this. I didn't grab any more Dark Stones. I don't think I need them, though. Ready for this backstab? It was glorious. And then I stopped her attack. Under half HP. That is how you engage these guys. Perfect. Perfect encounter. And I didn't have the varnish. That's how well that went without a varnish. That's crazy, because I never fight them without one. Or at least very rarely. They're tough. Didn't know that. I was repaired till I got Lockwells after traveling. Wasted so much food. Yeah, those foods could be very helpful for that. Dreamer's Root isn't super easy to find, but if you know where it spawns, it is there every time. Where are you? There you are. Zorn's Dagger lighting things up makes backstabbing so much easier. No way that missed. Come on, game. We cheating me here? Cheated me again. For some reason, I don't need to dodge this. Alright, he's just immune to my damage. That's fun, too. I was hoping that when I found him, he'd be immune to my damage. Get up here. Apparently, the ramp is giving you some sort of superpower. Yeah. He's gonna summon the orb, but I don't know where he's gonna summon it. Get out of my face. They always look like they're wearing a kitchen apron. I can see that, actually. Especially from a certain angle where you can't fully see what they are. That is very apparent. That should be the last one I need to kill. Now we plop down this big boy. The Ethereal Totemic Lodge. coolest looking tent in the game that's freaking worthless. We can repair the dagger a little bit. According to outward logic, if they're 1 centimeter above you, they're invincible. Yep. That should be enough. So this will give us the buff that we need in order to enter the fight. Unfortunately, the buff is it reduces your physical defense by negative 35%. And then you get, I think, 50... What is it? Negative 15 stamina cost? And then ethereal damage bonus, I think? Let me take a look. Yeah, stamina cost and negative 15, ethereal damage plus 10, physical resist negative 35, which puts me in almost no physical defense. I'll be honest with you, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Should be able to manage, though. It is one of the worst tents in the game, in my opinion. We'll take everything. This is the hardest fight in the game. It's the final fight in the game. Let's soup up. We are using a lightning varnish. I don't think... A status would be good, but I don't think that he's weak to any other element. It's either that or ethereal. I feel like it's not ethereal. Yeah, what a scam. I agree. A big scam. All of the cool tents do, in fact, suck. They are not very good. Cali Gray is probably the coolest looking one that is actually useful. Now let's take this. We could use the rest of our potions. Should be good to go. I also don't remember the temperature in this arena. Is it hot or cold in this one? It might be neutral. Genuinely don't know. The only problem with a fight like this is if you overbuff, your buffs don't last very long. So what I'll probably do is take these last 3 and then move on. I didn't take the stealth. I guess I don't need it, though. There we go. Grab that. And status resist. Turn the lantern off. Duck. Did I turn it on or off? Off. Come over here. Interact. Let's do it. Final fight of the game. Can we beat the game without dying? This'll be it right here. This'll be it. Yeah, one beautiful backstab off, and then focus on the blood sigil. Yes? There he is. He does not see me. He does see me, kind of. Not fully. Should be able to get behind him. Wait for it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was amazing stagger. That was a lot of damage that I took, though. But he did move right into my sigil. Let's go! Look at the healing. 1/4 of my HP every second. That's what I'm talking about. So that is the big AoE we gotta stay out of. I think he summons 2 of them. Need to get in here very quickly. Jump back over here. I'd like to get another sigil hit in. Nope. I'm moving in. Yeah, that is a long reach on that staff. Might be able to hit him again. Yep, one more. Let's see what he does here. Whoa. That's just tricky because of the angle. Alright here, we're doing good. We're doing good. We got no extra status helping us out except for that blood leech, but we're fine. Just stay out of magic. That's close. Here's a good opportunity. Oh, that was so close to that ball. Wow, his melee's tricky. Yep, stay away from the big AoE. Big AoE, no good. Oh, he protected himself? Lame. You're not allowed to turtle, bro. You're a magic user. Let's cast another one of these so it's down. Go for that. Blood leech reapplied. Here we go. There's another ball summon. I don't know if I should go in there. That's kind of scary. This is much better. He only does laser if you stay back, though. You won't do it as much if you move forward. What's the play? What's the play? Here we go. Oh, yeah. Decay balls are tough. I think if you run in a circle, they don't hit you. What you gonna do? Siphon? Siphon's so lame, though. It's your worst attack. It's your worst attack. Can I go in there? It was risky, but I did manage to do it. What now? Cast another sigil so it's down. You can time that, I think. It's just he's got so much more reach than his other version, I think. Why? No idea. Did I trick the balls? Kind of. Not really. Watch this. You ready? I'm gonna put another blood sigil down if I can do it. Oh no, he just died. He just died. Blood Leech OP! It's the best! Super busted! Blood Leech dagger build unstoppable. You can't kill it. I'm invincible! I'm invincible! Unfortunately, I could not get close to do any parries or anything. He was doing the worst combos, but that Blood Leech destroyed. Destroyed. World had a super chat. Just want to say goodnight, man, and God bless your soul. Thank you, sir. Have a good night, man. Have a good night. I will catch you later. What a fight, guys. We did it. We did it! This was easily one of the most fun playthroughs of this game that I've ever done. That Blood Leech ability is crazy cool. And all the daggers are awesome. I like all these daggers. Woohoo! Didn't die. Didn't die. Now, I shouldn't say that preemptively, because we do have to make it back to Sierra without dying, but either way, pretty good. Pretty dang good, guys. Pretty dang good. Ah, man. Is that the most interesting run that I've done so far? I kind of feel like it's the second. The skill-only run was more interesting to me, but this was a close second. This was just so much fun. We really became a powerhouse towards the end. And you guys got to remember this. You guys got to remember this. If you were using a main hand weapon, Maelstrom, for example, this build instantly gets 6 times more powerful. Think about that. 6 times more powerful than that right there. How crazy is that? Confusion, pain, hit opportunistic stab. The enemy's done. The enemy's done. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. Doesn't get much better. What's next, Sheen? So the next build, we've talked about it for a little bit. I think what we're going to do is do a poll. I don't know when I'll do the poll, because I have to work on this vid first. So I'm not going to do the poll probably till I'm done. But what I'll probably do is a poll with... Are we back? Me internet died on me, guys. Me internet went out. I think it's back. It was my nightly internet crash. I think we're back, though. We good? Okay. My nightly internet crash. I don't know why Starlink, every night it has like an update it does. It just goes, we're done for 4 minutes. It's not even 4 minutes. It's like 45 seconds. But we're back. Sorry about that. It's inconvenient. Lily, ask your question again. What was it? What's next? Oh, yeah. We're talking about what we were doing next. My bad. Oh, yes. We're going to probably do a poll. The poll's going to be shield only, spear only, hex only, and chakram only, I think. And then I want to do the hex, but we'll see what wins, most likely. I have dictatorship rule. Like, I could just choose whatever I feel like, but I like to do the poll to see what people want. And I usually stick by whatever wins. So that is the idea. We lost you at doing a poll? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. But yep, that's the idea. We'll try to do that. That'll be after I finish the vid, though. You know what's crazy about the internet thing, though? This is what is crazy about it. It happens every time I have the most views of the stream. It angers me every time. Every time my internet goes down, it's like, oh, you have 200 people watching? Now you don't. Watch this. The internet lords really don't like me. That's besides the point, though. Those are the 4 options I think we're going to go with. There are quite a few others. We could do mace only, sword only, stuff like that, like grenade only, trap. But those are the 4 that are the most interesting to me at the moment. I'd rather not do chakram right now because I just did an offhand weapon. I'd like to do a main hand or the hex and then do another offhand weapon, but we'll just see what happens. Any modded runs? The ones which change class trees? Yeah, I thought about it, but it's tough to do a modded run for a video. Yeah, because I don't know the stuff. What I might do is, after we do a couple of challenge runs, maybe 1 or 2 more, if people want me to really play modded, I'll do a modded run, and I'll just kind of see what mods are interesting. Throw it in, beat the whole game, show off some cool weapons and things like that. I don't know about any of the class fixes. I like the class fix mods, but I don't know what they do very well, so it's kind of hard to put a build together. But there are a lot of mods that would be good for just a full-on big modded run. It's an option. It's an option for sure. Absolutely. One-handed axe. I have not done one-handed axe or the grenade. That's true. Both of those I also need to do. Also need to do that. The one-handed axe I would also like to do pretty soon after that pole, because that's a weapon type that I haven't used in forever. Class fixes are cool. We had so much fun with a friend. First run was funny. Clueless. Yeah, but then there's a lot of ideas for sure. I like class fixes. I tested it back in the day whenever it first was coming out. Storm had a lot of cool ideas when he put that together. But yeah, I'll probably do a modded run. I just don't know when. I also still need to do the Trog only run, so there's just a lot of ideas that we'll have to keep working on. There's a Grog spear that's very powerful. It's called the Grigmerk Kermerk, I think is what it's called. It is the Trog Queen's spear. Essentially. I think an idea it's supposed to be. Do I need to buy more travel rations? Do I even have any money? I don't think I do. We got to get back to Sierzo. That is the goal. Don't die on the way back. Don't see it happening, but it is possible. And I'll grab those. I need more dark stones in case I hit a hard enemy. How many do I have? Aha. 18 of them. And we're off. Let's go see where he's taking me. Rigmerk is the longest weapon in the game. Yeah, and it's very good. I've tried it. I have tried it. It's very good. Does a lot of impact. Weirdly, it only has 200 durability, though.
Yes.
It has some of the lowest durability in the entire game for a two-handed weapon. Especially for a boss weapon, that's kind of crazy. One-handed axe is my first run at all. Sunfire's so broken. Sunfall axe is pretty crazy. I like Sunfall, but that's the only axe that I've had a lot of experience with. Most of the other ones, I just haven't messed. I think really if I do a one-handed axe run, I'll try and use the Butcher Cleaver, because that is such a cool item that seems very mediocre, and I'd like to maybe deck it out and see if it's worth trying. Because I think it does physical, decay, and lightning damage. Or it just does decay and lightning. I can't remember. But you craft it using the Butcher of Men's Heart. You have to legacy chest it, and it crafts an axe. It looks really cool, but I just don't know how good it is. It didn't seem amazing when I tested with it and did for the top 5 videos. We'll have to see. The Meteor Axe with the Obsidian Pistol goes crazy. One shot, one heavy. Insta Blaze. Blaze is quite good. Sheen, you got any halberd recommendations? I want to try halberds on my next... Oh, I got plenty. Oh, I got you on halberds. I am an halberd expert, okay? Dreamer halberd. There you go. It's the Dreamer halberd. That's it. No, there's a lot of good options. Dreamer is really good. It's the best weapon in the game, in my opinion. Duty. Duty can apply Holy Blaze in one hit with Moonswipe. That one's pretty awesome. I would say the one you find, the Thrice Rod Halberd's pretty cool. The Thrice Rod Halberd's pretty cool, and it's got some good potential. But you gotta wear, I think, Adventurer Armor and then Enchanted to buff Ice and Cold damage. It's a little weird, but it can be pretty good. It can be pretty good. Sanguine Cleaver is another one. Sanguine Cleaver is insane. You get 3 statuses in one, and it also looks awesome. It's a sleek red blade. Very neat. But yeah, Duty is probably the most interesting. You can walk up to an enemy, Moonswipe them, and they just get insta-Holy Blazed. It's crazy. I think you might have to apply a Fire Varnish or something first. I don't remember. But yeah, very good. My favorite combo is Duty with the Blood Infuse, Holy Blaze, Poison, Extreme Bleeding, 1 Moonswipe. Yeah, the nastiest status build of all time. Thrice Rod Halberd's also pretty easy to get early on. I mean, technically, you could get it without fighting a single enemy, so it's a good option. As for the early game, I always just go with the Fang. The Fang is quite good early game. One of my favorite Fang weapons, actually, is the Halberd. Super effective for bandits. Makes them a lot easier. Because you just walk up to a group and go, swing, and they're dead. Also, another interesting strat. Doesn't really help you. Whoops. But, it depends on where you go. Because if you don't get Moonswipe in the first town and you grab Enrage instead, you could just rush Swamp and buy Moonswipe. Or if you're going to Berg first, just get Moonswipe and then buy Enrage there. But there's at least 2 different routes you could go to get the same. Actually, it might be better to go to Monsoon because you could get the Discipline buff and Moonswipe at the same place. It's not a bad idea. The one weapon I've never used is Shriek. Shriek is so cool. If you do a Trog run, you have to use Shriek. How do you make your stamina go down so slowly? There's a couple of factors. The first factor is I always have a tent buff. My current tent buff doesn't actually help stamina, but most of the time it does. I use Luxury Tent for that. If you have a tent buff, most of them decrease your stamina costs. So this really, really is essential. Then you want to always have a water buff, which helps your stamina. You want to always have a stamina buff. I have stamina 5 right now, which is the best you can get in the game. That's why it's not moving as much. But then I also wear armor sets that don't hurt stamina that much. So like this actually gives me -10 stamina cost. This hurts my stamina, but is halved by this different stats that I have. And then this doesn't hurt stamina at all. So, let's travel. It's mainly stamina buff, tent buff, water buff. Those are the 3 things that you're required to play this game with. You don't have to walk into combat with a heal. I'd recommend it. But in order to play Outward, you need those 3 buffs 24/7. When you're every time you're walking, every time you're fighting, both. And then I'd recommend you go into a fight with a heal buff, but you don't, if you know you're not going to take a lot of damage, you don't have to. Or if you don't have a bunch of healing, you just have health pots, you could do that too. But realistically, you could get really good at crafting some of the sandwiches. Sandwiches are really good for some nice healing. What's the other thing I wanted? Water. There we go. I always drink water, but rarely use tents, and I use the blue sand armor. Blue sand's great. Blue sand is great, but yes, if you are not using a tent buff, you are actively nerfing the gameplay by a lot. Especially if you could get the luxury tent, that's a -20 stamina cost. The best negative stamina cost in the game, pretty much. It's really, really good. So if you're not using any tent buff, go get that immediately. You can buy one in Berg for 200 silver, or you can get a free one when doing the Purifier quest in the swamp. So you could wait for the free one, potentially. But yeah, it's really, really strong. I take Mercenary. Mercenary also does help. I think you get -40 stamina cost while running, and then 10% movement speed buff. If you're wearing heavy armor, that is a just complete... It fixes heavy armor completely. Completely. By the way, there's a blue sand warrior here in Enmerker, and he's always in guard stance. Yeah, I killed him, I think, twice this run, actually. But that's why you'll notice I always carry at least 2 water skins. If you have less than 2 water skins, you're doing it wrong. I usually carry 5. That's kind of the perfect number, because that means I don't have to go back to town or grab more water for at least an entire outing. I feel like 5 is really good for that. The thing about 5 water skins is you don't need it in the early game areas because there are water sources. You could just go over here, grab water. You could go to some of the random spots that have it. But when you get to Caldera and the Antique Plateau, those are locations that don't have water. They just don't have it. Except for very rare occasions. So I always carry 5 so I could go through like 2-3 dungeons and still be good. I think I had 9 or 10 of them at one point, but I don't recommend that. It's really heavy. Have you ever done a trap-only run? If not, do you think it would be good to try? I imagine that gets very hard in the late game in DLC. Well, here's the thing. Because of Definitive Edition, the Definitive Edition made traps scale with elemental damage bonuses. So before, they kind of sucked. But now, because of that, you can actually make a build around it. I haven't done it myself, but I would like to. The only problem is that it'd be really, really cool and interesting until boss fights. Boss fights are very boring that way. You essentially just have to bait the enemy into walking over the trap, then go put an item in the trap and do that over and over. Which, it could be done. It'd be interesting for a challenge, but yeah, not super interesting. I mean, he predicted me. I mean, I deserve that. The brother predicted me. Look at the extra stagger on this dagger. It's crazy. I'm amazed every time I use it. I really am. Traps are kind of OP, just awkward. That is the best way to describe them, yes. Rust Lich trap only would be very interesting. Is it doable? I don't know. In theory, you could just skip the Rust Lich fight and leave him alive. Not required to beat the game. But I don't know. You probably could still beat him. You just have to get the trap close. Yeah, that is a fast attack. How do you feel about them? Hopefully you feel regret and shame. But yeah, you could probably put the trap where... Or you could... Yeah, you could do that. Just set up a trap in every spot that he shows up at. And then have them all set up for that. But I don't know. That would take a while. That'd be very tricky. Oh, brother. Oh, yeah, what is that? What did I say something like that? That was funny. But yeah, traps should be doable. I think grenades, unironically, were a lot stronger than traps. It's just they're awkward to use as well. You need that quick trap thing from the Cryptea. Can you speed that? Oh yeah, he instantly puts them down, doesn't he? That's true. The Cryptea guy in the Grandmother fight, he instantly puts them down. A lot quicker than we can. Watch this. Hey, stupid. Come here. 3, 2, 1. Nothing like a parry with AoE explosions. Technically speaking, nothing is required to beat the game. Pretty sure you can fail every quest and still not reach the ending. Very true. The only thing required to beat the game, I think, is Crimson Avatar. I don't know if you get a game ending without actually going and fighting him. I've never tried myself. You might be able to bypass him and let the town get destroyed, but I'm not sure. Not entirely sure. You probably use the trap rune. Ooh, that is a trap. That's true. And we do know that the runic trap is OP against the Rust Lich. It destroys him. Grenades feel like they take 5 business days to explode. That's because they do. Grenades should just blow up on impact. I think there's a mod for that, actually. Or at least somebody was working on one at one point. Want to see a Roland build? Too much mana, fail every quest. Roland would fail every quest, wouldn't he? He'd be that guy. He would be that guy. Runic trap should be allowed in the trap run, but you can only buy the 2 runes. Okay, that's feasible then. That's an option. Let's give this guy a shot. He's sneaking up on me. You want some of this, buddy? I defeated the Crimson Avatar. You think you're a threat to me? I'm just gonna tell you outright. You're not. Hampered is applied. Does it do anything? No. Nope, hampered is garbage. Hampered is terrible. Every time I think maybe it's okay. No, it's bad. Maybe in co-op it'd be better. It might be better in co-op. So you could apply hampered, freeze the enemy for 5 seconds, and then your teammate could heal. I don't know. It's not my favorite. Not my favorite enchant. Didn't you let Cierzo get destroyed once a few years back? Yeah, I did it in... I don't know if I've done it in a challenge run yet, though. Have I done it in a challenge? I don't think I have. Yeah, for this series, I don't think I've let them be destroyed, but I did do it in a run a while back. Have you ever done a Roland run? I have made a build where you would take as much mana as possible, but I've never tried to beat the game like that, no. I would imagine just spamming magic attack, or no, I guess you'd have to use the runic sword, wouldn't you? Because that's what Roland uses. Ugh. I don't know about that. We never get to see what Roland really does outside of big mana sword. Hey Sheen, have you ever thought about doing a speedrun, like any percent or even all bosses? The thing about speedrun in this game is it's a weird, like it's not a Souls-like genre, and it's not linear in any fashion. So I don't know how you speedrun this game. I imagine you could, but I just don't know how you would do it. What's the criteria? I mean, probably the best way to speedrun it is to just sleep constantly and skip every quest. Well, I don't see how you could beat that. So I haven't tried it, but I don't know anything about it. Would you ever let Cierzo or Sirocco get destroyed just to show what happens? We could do a run where we fail all the quests. Fail Harmattan, fail Cierzo, Vendaval, and then fail Sirocco. Because I've never seen what happens if you fail Harmattan either. I genuinely have no idea what happens. I was told they destroy 2 buildings, and that's it, but... Sonic mode? Yeah, Sonic mode should be allowed for the speedrun. It is not, it's an in-game mechanic. It is an in-game mechanic for sure. Rune Mage, Hunter, and Warrior Monk is the Roland build. Is it? Wild Hunter with the Mana Sword actually sounds kind of fun, though. Does it not? Jump in with a huge ethereal sword and just ground slam? It sounds pretty sick. Do you have a guide of the Holy Mission of Lat? I don't think I've made a guide on how to do the full quest, necessarily. If you are confused, I would recommend taking a look at the wiki. The wiki does have step-by-steps. You can look at the exact quest you're on without spoiling yourself, and then see what you're missing. But I didn't make an exact guide on how to follow the quests, because the wiki does a pretty good job already. It's just easier to do that than watch it, I would think. They give exact step-by-step dialogue options, everything. It's a pretty good page there. Doesn't even sound like that bad of a build. Rune swords don't have durability, so you could spam the ability. Oh, true. You could spam the ability. You wouldn't have a bunch of cooldown, but you could spam it. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Oh, my friend. He saw me because I stood up by accident. Parried. The parry in this game is one of my favorites, I have to say. Probably this and Lies of P are my 2 favorite parry systems. They're so satisfying. You might think, oh, did you like the Bloodborne parry? Yeah, I liked it, but I was really terrible at it. I'm actually good at these ones, so I can like it. Tons of stats with those 3 breakthroughs as well. Oh, yeah, lots of stats. One of my saves is kind of corrupted if I enter the Crimson Avatar Dungeon. I can't press any buttons or even open the menu. Sirocco got destroyed in that one. Oh, what are you playing on PlayStation or PC? Because that used to be a somewhat common PlayStation bug. Where the whole entire town would bug out. It was very annoying. They kind of fixed it for a while, but then some people were saying it was still happening. It's never happened to me on PC, so I think it was just a console thing. Unfortunately, it's at the very end of the run when you kind of want that stuff to be working. The PS4 has too much lag. Input lag? Oh, yeah. I did play it on PS4 is where I played it. Bloodborne's parry's okay, but I like my guns more powerful. Dude, the cannon was fun. I used the cannon quite a bit. Xbox old word, but I bought it for PC 2 weeks ago since I wanted to try mods. Ah, okay. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if this works, but you could try using the debug menu. And then reloading a save. That might fix your corrupted. Maybe. Because what debug menu does is when you load into your character, it doesn't just spawn your character. It loads every save you've ever had on that character, so you could go back a couple. If you haven't tried that, maybe. Started on PS4 too. I actually didn't start on PS4 for Outward. I played on the Xbox, I think. If I remember correctly. I have a laptop now, but it sucks. Yeah, I was playing Outward on my laptop one time when we went on vacation. I wanted to test some stuff while I was on my... Didn't have my PC accessible. Let's just say... Potato mode is required. Potato mode was needed for the laptop. Outward will run, but it won't run well without the potato mode. Can I get some backstabs here? You play roguelites? I've been absolutely hooked on this game called Abyss. What's up, Jinx? Good to see you, man. I love roguelites sometimes. I like the genre. I hate most of the games. I like a lot of them, but they're so flawed is the problem. But I have found quite a few that I like. Abyss actually sounded really cool. I almost played Abyss. It was recommended to me by a long-time channel member, too, but I just didn't have the time to play it. It's on Game Pass, my brother said, so I might play with him since he got it for free. But supposedly, it's pretty good. Anyway, what I was going to say about roguelites is, I love the idea of roguelites, but so many of them are very flawed. The best example is Elden Ring's Night Rain roguelite. It's a roguelite, no matter what people tell you. But the roguelite features are the worst I've ever seen. The game's great. I love that game. It's like a 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 in terms of gameplay. The roguelite features are trash. And that's the problem with that genre. The roguelites in themselves are really cool. They got these cool worlds, builds, characters, all kinds of stuff. But then the actual features kind of suck. And it only gets worse in terms of how often you go up the difficulty, too. The main problem is that a lot of times roguelites love to do this thing where they make an item like Caldera's items, where this item has a huge amount of a certain buff, but it also completely nerfs you in one way. And those things can work unless every single thing in the game is like that. And then it is so annoying just to play a build. So the roguelites extremes, I don't like those. But I've actually been playing Slay the Spire 2 quite a bit lately, and I've been liking that quite a bit. That's also a card game roguelite. Let's go fight Czar Knight, because I can. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that. I like roguelites, it's just I can very easily spot the flaws in them. I have 100%ed a couple of them, though. My favorite is Heroes of Hammerwatch. Heroes of Hammerwatch has a 1 and a number 2, I think. I believe there's 2 games. They were pretty good. They were pretty fun. Dead Cells? I've never played Dead Cells, actually. My brother loved Dead Cells. Someone bought me Dead Cells. I played it, like, for 30 minutes, and I never played it again. I didn't hate it, but I wasn't really sucked in for whatever reason. I might like it if I, like, just sat down and grinded. Abyssus is a neat beat-em-up with a great art style, but when I co-opted with my buddy, we never had enough gold to share between each of us. Yeah, it looked really cool. It really did. It was like a... kind of like a remnant shooter, but pure roguelite. I appreciate FromSoft not being afraid to make games to test things now, because it really builds experience that they can carry you to the big titles. No, I loved it. Here's the thing. A lot of people were like, oh, it's a spin-off. It's a moneymaker. It technically, yes, but at the same time, it worked. It was a good game. It was fun. I like the ability to sit down with other 2 people and play a FromSoft game. That's awesome. I really liked Night Rain. I thought it was great. I didn't play the DLC, though. I heard the DLC was slightly worse, but I just didn't spend the money for it. I don't know if it's good or not. What do I want for this guy? Do I want to super buff? I could super buff. Probably don't need to. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of that game. I liked what they did with it. I just wish the roguelite perks were a little bit better, because they're very weak. Very, very weak. Hello, sir. Can I backstab you? Ooh, you're gonna feel that tomorrow. Can I get a parry? A beautiful parry. Friend, you gotta get up. Don't just stand there. Oh, you're terrible. You're missing all of your attacks. What are you doing? He's blinded by the light. The light of the lightning. What about a backstab? That's pathetic. You got backstabbed while just turning? Dude, you gotta get better. I apologize for destroying you. You can call that a complete annihilation. Imagine if you die here. How dare you? How dare you even jinx that? How dare you? Sheen, do you have any tips on managing backpacks? Yes, actually. Always carry a tent on you. If you don't want to carry a tent, carry a plant tent. Always carry at least 2 to 5 water skins on you. And then when it comes to all your other items, you want a food for stamina, a food for health, and then a couple of potions. Carry about 6 health potions on you. And then those are the necessities. Everything else is extra. If you're playing a mage build, obviously you want more astral potions. And in general, it's a good idea to keep a couple on you as well. So I keep a couple stamina, health, and mana. But that's about it. Don't go overboard after that. Those are the essentials. Maybe some teas to get rid of infections. And then everything else is room to loot stuff. And that's kind of how I do it. It helps a lot. And whenever you have money, immediately turn it into gold, because it weighs a lot less. A lot less. Starting a dagger build now. Want to see if Exalted makes Blood Leech one shot. Dude, it's got to be good for sure. I would think. Oh yeah, I didn't look at Sierras though. I gotta go do that. Yeah, rags are always great to carry around too. Varnishes, but don't over carry varnishes. Carry maybe like 4 or 5, because you could usually pick quite a few up. Just don't overstack stuff. That's the big thing. The last look at Sierras though, folks. The build is complete. The Daggers Taunosaur Scholar. Not a bad build. That's a good build name. The Daggers Taunosaur Scholar. Or the Daggers Dino Scholar. I like that better. I like that a little bit better. Would you guys use a mod where lexicons can be used to open the wiki in-game? What? That sounds cool, actually. I mean, yeah, that sounds really cool. There we go with that. Drop the backpack. Actually, can I move the backpack to my pocket? I can. There we are. All of the good loot, people. Look at this stuff. The build is finished. We've done it. We have succeeded. What a run. A run and a half right there. It's 3 in the morning. What time is it for you, Sheen? Jinx, it is 4 a.m. for me right now. I stream at night, though. The Dino Dagger Scholar. Sometimes I have 30 jerky, sometimes none. I would recommend not having 30 jerky. that is a bit overkill. That is a bit overkill. I normally carry 1 or 2 of each rag varnish, except for the element that's focused for my build. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. You carry a little bit of options, but don't over carry more than 1. Don't overcarry more than one. I'm actually working on it since my friend is into Outward now too, but is struggling. That's a cool idea, though. That's a cool idea. But yep, people, that is Outward beaten using only daggers. Obviously, the highlight was the Blood Leech. That is easily one of the strongest things in the entire game. Cannot believe how good that is. Outside of that, Daggers' moveset is very tricky. A lot of enemies do have weird hitboxes with it and can dodge it, which is frustrating because of the short reach, but your damage is probably more than enough to make up for that. And if you actually make a full-on dagger build, based on this experience, it just kind of wrecks the entire game. No problems. No problems at all. Excellent run, thank you. What's up, Grubby? But yeah, I mean, that's what I like about these runs, though. I like these one-weapon runs because they really show you what the potential of an item is. Even if they don't get their full potential, because you can't use other stuff, it feels pretty good to see what they have to offer. And I've already used daggers before. I knew they were kind of busted. The only bad thing about them is that their hitboxes are bad. The worst is opportunistic stab. I actually didn't use that much because it missed every time I used it. The build name is John Backstab. How many backstabs do you guys think we had? At least 140. At least. We had so many backstabs. Probably more than that. I'm glad you got Bloodleech on the Crimson Avatar. I did it once and it blew my mind. Yeah, no, it was crazy. It was crazy. It does tons of damage. Cannon Pistol Shatter Shot into Dagger Swap Opportunistic Strike and bam. Yeah, that strategy right there does oogles of damage. No breakthroughs, no armor, just 2 items. The Backstab Supercut? Ooh, could I do it? It would take a little bit, but maybe. Maybe. If I find that I wasn't able to put enough of them in the video, I could do a separate supercut of just the backstabs. Unironically, could make for a very fun Outward video. You gonna start another run soon? This one felt so fast, I'm sad it's over. It was actually... It's crazy because I streamed this one every other day, and it still was pretty quick. I think it's because I streamed almost 8 hours every time. The last run I did, I only streamed for like 6. We're not going to do another run right now because I'm going to work on this video first. Once this video is posted, you could expect another run probably half a week after that. But I will need the time to work on the vid. I don't have an editor or anything like that. I just do it myself, so it'll take a little bit. But I will still be playing Kingdoms of Amalur. That is a game that I have to get through, so I'll be working on this one day, then streaming the next, and then working on this the next. That's the plan. We need more Outward. What's up, SS? Heck yeah. You have to leave in some of the funnier fails, too. Some of the fails were so frustrating. Walk up to a bandit, sit there, miss, and then just have to sit there for another 15 seconds. Come on. Is it going to be a new fist build next? No, the options were... Let me run them down again. It was shield, spear, chakram, or hex. Those 4 are going to be on the next poll that I'll try to do. If I don't end up doing a poll for whatever weird reason, I'll just do hex. But my plan is to do a poll. That is the plan. Hopefully I can get this vid done within the next 10 days-ish. I'd like to, because the Remnant 2 community thing starts on the 22nd. So if I get this done before then, that would be huge. But it'll take me a bit to get that going. Last time you did a fist weapon, you didn't turn it into a video? No, I haven't turned any of the fist ones into a video. I think I've done 3 separate fist runs. Live streams, and I've never made them into a video. The fists I always end up doing because they're the hardest weapon type for me. I don't know why. They just feel so weird. They're very aggressive, so they're fun, but they still feel odd to me at the same time. So I always have trouble kind of getting the build going and stuff. But also, Knuckles have, what, 5 different insanely OP options? Golden Knuckles, Vampiric Knuckles, Porcelain, Czar. I mean, there's just several really good options. Porcelain are probably the best. Porcelain are insanely good. Insanely good. Excuse me. Been nice watching you cook. Till the next run. Have a good night. Catch you later, Shaw. Glad you were here for the fun fights. What was, before everybody goes, what was the best arena boss that we did today? In my opinion, I still think it was the Trog Queen. Because we had the Zorn Dagger going ham in that fight. But there were a couple other good ones, too. Oh yeah, Toki Bakasset build. I should max that out. That'd be crazy good. It'd be interesting for new players to see you do the Vendaval prison scenario. That's true. Maybe the next challenge run we do that. That's a good idea. Thanks for the content. You bet, serious? You bet. Would you go with the Saber Rainbow Hex for the Hex build? Possibly. I'm going to look into it to see if it's viable for the only build. It might be. I just have to see how much damage it does. Just gotta see. Fists feels broken, kinda, though. I had just started one in Lightning Rag and killed Horror in Sierra Zone. No, they feel broken because they're very, very fast, which allows you to stack your stagger up so quickly. It's just, if you start to falter, I sometimes use too much stamina with my knuckle builds. That's my biggest problem, I think. I got Porcelain Fist on my very first attempt at a fist build when I ran through Wind Temple farming. Nice, nice. I only caught the Elite Crypts and Avatar, so I'll say that. There you go. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. Better yet, what about Outward and do the Prison Break? I actually did the Prison Break this run. Oh, Alternate Start. I haven't done Alternate Start. If I do it modded, I could use that for sure. And I will. It's the best mod for, like, a modded run. I want to see more Amalur nostalgia soon. Yes, I'll be back on it. Actually, hold on. I don't know if I'll stream Amalur tomorrow. I'm going to try. My dad rented a dumpster, and so we are going to be outside most of tomorrow gutting and cleaning some stuff up in the yard that we're working on. But if I'm not completely exhausted after that, I will stream Amalur for at least a couple hours. I'd like to. Favorite arena boss will always be Burning Man. He sucks, but I have great memories. He does suck, but he's also very satisfying to beat. I think it's just because of the fire versus ice thing. And the fact that he's pretty difficult. I do enjoy beating him up. But yeah, if we do modded, alternate start is a guarantee. That mod is great. Probably one of the best. Just because the options. Changes up the run quite a bit. But yeah, so the goal is I will try to stream at least for a little bit tomorrow. And then Saturday, I'm not going to be streaming because I'll be editing for maybe a couple hours after some more yard work. And then Monday we'll be back. Actually, what I might do, guys, here's what I thought about. So I've talked about this a couple of times. The Remnant 2 community is putting together an event on the 22nd to bring players back and play with each other and all kinds of... They just hang out in the Remnant 2 community. So I'll be... Basically, that whole week, I'll be on that game. I might play it for like 2 hours on stream every other night while I'm doing Amalur just to get back into it. I'm not sure yet. I gotta see what's gonna happen because that might eat into my editing time. But I am gonna try and maybe hop into that a little bit before the event to check out some stuff. But that may happen as well. We'll see. Amalur is a guarantee though. We'll be playing that until I beat it. I'm having a great time. It's a great game. If you haven't tried Amalur, Kingdoms of Amalur, I would also recommend it. It doesn't feel exactly like Outward. It's more of an action game. But the world is really good. It feels somewhat like Dragon's Dogma. At least a little bit. But a lot more kind of World of Warcraft-y type skills and quests, things like that. Anyway, guys, I think that's going to be it for me. Like I said, my favorite arena boss had to have been the Trog. That was very fun. My least favorite? I don't know. My least favorite probably ended up being the Elite Golem. The Elite Beast Golem is just not very fun unless you have a lot of impact. You could bully him, but it doesn't look that good. It doesn't look that good. Alright, unless you guys got anything else, I'm gonna get out of here. Let me stop the recording, so that's all done. Okay, I think that's it for everybody. Have a good night, good day, whatever it is for you. I will catch you on stream next time. That's about it. Catch you later, Jinx. Good to see you again, man. Good to see you later. Peace out, guys.